Well, Sophie was having technical issues.
I know, but yeah, I mean, yeah, we got some technical issues, technical difficulties. Sophie's microphone's not being picked up, and we're trying to figure it out. Yeah, we don't know.
Dunno.
Why is there a QR code on U's forehead? Well, why don't you scan that QR code and have a look?
It doesn't work.
Okay, never mind. It used to link to a YouTube channel, a Gremlin YouTube channel.
Yeah, the Vroid skin texture warped it so it doesn't get picked up by QR cameras.
I mean, on my screen,
you're on
your little Gremlin like emote, like wah 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 wah. Anyway.
Oh, that one doesn't work. I hand drew that. Oh, Sophie disappeared.
I think Sophie might be restarting again. I don't know.
Missing a space and Renji's at in your title.
How? What?
Oh.
Oh yeah, I can see that. By the way, I've combined all the chats, so on my screen will be my Twitch chat, my YouTube chat, use Twitch chat, and Sophie's Twitch chat.
All the chats.
Pretty much.
Chat.
Kenny, the QR code doesn't go anywhere. You said it was supposed to be a QR code to use.
The concept is meant to, when I get big one day and I have cardboard cutouts and art banners and stuff like that, you can just scan it and go straight to my channel. It was
sounds like chaos. It does
genius, and it wasn't. It's not meant for right this second, because again, doesn't work on my actual model because the Vroid warped it. And QR codes are finicky.
Yeah.
But also, my forehead looked funny, so I needed to fill the space. And I didn't want a barcode. We're in a modern era. I'm going to use a QR code.
Kenny says it's kind of cool.
Thank you.
There you go.
I'm a genius, I know.
I wouldn't go that far, but okay.
A genius. Artistic genius.
Dante says at least the QR code doesn't lead to anything.
Why are you intense Angie? It's because the QR code is broken. Did you hear me say it was warped?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't lead to anything, guys. It's broken.
It's supposed to go to my channel on YouTube, which is mostly VODs, but there's some other things there.
You don't that. Okay, sorry, Chris. I mean, you try to confuse me, but it's cool. What else?
Let's go hiking.
You're a devil hunter now. I'm pretty sure you told me the other day, but it's fine. What else? What are we playing? We will be playing Chain Together once we have the technical issue sorted out. So it's a platforming game where we're stuck.
Chain Together.
It's gonna test our friendship. Oh man. Poor Sophie.
Wah wah. F's in chat for Sophie.
I don't know if you're in Sophie's Discord server, but it's not been a good day so
I
far.
can't wait for you all to somehow get separated and lost in the game when there's not even possible. I mean, we can glitch through walls and stuff. I've seen some people play it. By some people, I mean Markiplier.
Yeah, Chris, it's kind of like human fall flat. Well, it's only up.
It's
but
like
you're
only
stuck
up,
to another person.
but collab version, and you don't get a choice to run away.
Yeah. Yeah. So Eos, I don't know if I said it, but you know, thanks for the lurk. Good to see you, bud.
Many Fs, yes.
You sure it does to you, channel? Sausage, what do you mean? That's a confusing, grammatically incorrect statement, but hopefully
Are
there's
you
no
still
bathroom
talking to my
level.
QR code?
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, you guys can just go into the links in the description. Use YouTube channels down there. So is Sophie's, along with their Twitch channels and at least their Twitter profiles.
Ooh, there's a new beach icon pack. They got beach
Hey,
balls as throwable items. For
you sure about that? What do
Warudo.
you mean you sure about that? Yeah, I saw that. Like that they added a bunch of stuff. Speaking of Warudo, I did some stuff yesterday,
What'd you
I
do?
figured out some things. Hey, I'm gonna move myself on the screen for a second. Twitch peeps. You know how you always
Wait, hold on. Let me
you've
go to
been
your
asking
Twitch.
me. Okay, wait. I'll wait for you to. Because Twitch
Okay.
peeps recently have been asking me to dance recently, and so I had to go and figure something out. Can you see this now? Can you see me dance?
What the fuck?
You can redeem for me to dance now.
Dude, I was gonna set up to make it have me caramel dancing.
I didn't download that one for the obvious. But yes, all the dances I've downloaded on Warudo, when you redeem that, it picks one of the random dances
Where is
that I've
it?
selected. But I've set it up so it's like a specific. It's 500 points dance. There's a cooldown on it though, because I didn't want it having
5
disrupt
minutes.
Yeah, because I didn't want to have it like disrupt the stream constantly.
Please no Fortnite dances. You do realize that the dances in Fortnite are from real dances.
So I didn't download any of those.
That's not even the point. The QR
Yes.
code is sausages, please. Sausage.
I
do that.
can dance now.
Hey yo,
Do you know what the worst thing is? I like set that up.
waiting
and
for this
I did
cooldown
like,
to finish.
I did like an hour's worth of work, right, in Warudo, and something went wrong, and I went and I hit reload scene, and it got rid of everything because I hadn't saved yet.
It's so goofy to me because why do you have to save the scene to save the blueprints? I want a separate button to save my blueprints.
I don't know, but I then spent another like hour putting
Really,
it
like QR codes on people's
back.
foreheads, or just or just a code. What is happening in your YouTube chat right now?
I don't know. I keep saying this that I can't believe that my YouTube chat is the unhinged one. When everyone normally warns you that like careful of people on Twitch, they crazy.
Yeah, ha ha ha. Yeah, ha ha. You found me. Have a
But
kukuro seed. That's my
Wait,
many thanks.
who's being a Korok from
Sausage.
the News Elders?
New
Sausage
chat.
is doing it.
Yeah, see, yeah, ha 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 ha. Hello?
I mean, they just laughed. Oh
Nope.
no.
Dance. Dance, monkey.
Oh yeah, I have to have the screen
Oh,
in a
your head.
specific way. Yeah, like I have it set so like the camera position it swaps between two cameras. But that means I have to like on this screen I need to figure it out.
Man, I want my points back. Your head was cut off.
I can refund you. Or you can refund yourself, but I'll refund you.
I don't know
It's
how to
fine.
refund points.
Do you not? Okay. Well, I refunded you. Sausage, you're being really weirdly unhinged today. Like, it's concerning.
Can I scoop that QR code? My guy, there's a ton of broken androids in the world. I didn't take their QR codes. You can just have their QR codes.
Chris, I can't add music because copyright. I'd get in trouble.
Renji can
You
sing.
could always play Atmosphere.
Oh my god!
Oh my
That
god!
was so loud!
No, it wasn't. You just don't have it set properly.
I had her set to, or them to set to 100.
I have been messing with a lot of settings. If anything is different, I'm sorry.
You sound exhausted.
I almost cried.
Uh-oh.
You got it though. You did it.
It was so
Yay.
stupid.
Confetti in chat.
Stupid.
Celebrations.
Why? What happened?
Basically, I turned something off the other day, and I forgot.
Oh.
What'd you turn off?
You know the microphone privacy settings? And you're like, allow these apps to use the things. Well, it was doing something that was frustrating me, so I just turned it all off and then I forgot about it.
Oh no.
Oh no.
All
Poor
right.
Sophie.
You know what this means, guys? We can actually play the game now. Alright. Was it time to dance again?
Oh, let me at least put the camera back properly. Like
Dance
position
time!
myself properly. It's on a 2-minute cooldown now. Changed it. Should probably put chat on like myself above the chat.
Gangnam style. Op, op, op.
Hey,
Gangnam
sexy
Style.
lady.
Hey. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go finish making the room now. It's got a password on it.
Hold
Okay.
on. I'm still
No worries.
I'm
No
still
worries.
getting my stream started.
He's okay. He's okay. We can
You're
we can
fine.
keep chatting.
We're not in the game yet.
I opened it. It's open now.
Create.
What a
That doesn't
morning.
look like hell.
Oh, it's like a hellscape.
Yeah, but this isn't even red. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna be Markiplier.
What?
Can I just
By the way,
invite you guys?
I was gonna say, could you just invite us? Because
yes.
Thank you. Otherwise, we'd have to like find the lobby and stuff.
Invite to game. Is there? Oh, I suppose it's kind of popular right now.
Yeah, it is like
Why are all the characters
Currently,
only
like-
men?
probably because it's I don't know, like
Don't make excuses.
what they could buy in the asset store.
I see a concerning redemption. What?
For whom?
What's the concerning redemption?
And for
Oh
whom?
god, is the jump down in there?
Oh god. Is that one? I forgot
Oh,
you had that.
I do have one. Rip.
And you're not gonna get rid of it?
No.
Like you can deactivate it for a stream.
This is just Ulysses here. It's fine. Ulysses wouldn't do that to us.
I'm
And what?
not sure
what if
about
the-
that.
Yeah, Alyssa sometimes likes the troll, but also like, what about the menace? What if the menace appears out of nowhere?
The
Mhm.
menace.
Malaya the menace would definitely.
Oh, you
And she's
mean
finally
Malaya?
accepted it.
Yeah, Malaya the menace.
Dude, Malaya
that's-
popped out of nowhere in my late night stream and told me to drink water. I was
At
like,
least
oh,
that's all they can do. Normally, Malaya turns up in one of ours and it's just like exercise.
this is the perfect sort of stream for it. Exactly. What happens to my eyes when I'm being drowned like that?
Oh,
It's like it gets rid of the entire thing. Oh, are we
yeah, I
ready?
got to fix that too.
I switched it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, let me.
I
swap
think
to
you guys are small.
gameplay screen.
Now that I'm really looking at you, kind of small.
Because
Yeah.
you always have some sort of complex about being taller.
I do not have a complex. I have my
Yeah,
model
yeah.
as big as it is because it cost me like
Oh, shit.
$300.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, guys, into the hellscape we go.
Curious
Wait.
Scene 893.
Are
Welcome.
you sure
welcome.
you want to
Hello.
play? Yes.
You're actually tiny.
I'm not tiny.
Anya, you're tiny.
I'm not tiny. I'm the leader.
Hold on. I
Great.
gotta make you bigger.
Ah, I'll drag
go.
you.
No.
Okay.
Push the full
And
Good morning,
now
everybody.
you've got yourself banned.
What? Oh. I see.
Snuffy.
Hello.
Why? Why people gotta do that?
Do what? What
Because they're
happened?
trying to make money like the rest of us, but they don't have the what's it called? They don't have the nuts to actually stream, so they gotta scam people instead.
No nuts. No maidens. No
Ooh,
nuts.
burp!
Oh, look at that.
Hold on. Every time I hit the Windows button so I can click something off the screen.
If you're
It's,
stuck, press nearest
mute.
safe location button in pause menu.
Oh, I got an ad, damn it. I'll wait till the ad's over to burp.
Oh, checkpoint. We
Oh,
have to
everybody
get to
check-
heaven. We're cheating our way to heaven. Whoop. Wait. There we go. Also, we're being timed.
Wait.
We've been.
Wait, we're being timed?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
see the time in the
we're
minute.
up in the left.
top.
Oh shit. There wasn't a timer when I watched
Yep.
Minerva play this.
Okay. Countdown button R. Oh, what the fuck?
Do you want to escape the flames of hell? Unfortunately, before I was growing
Oh, that was pathetic.
What?
into the game,
I got a burp
AI
redeem.
voice.
you may try
Ah.
And wait, AI voice?
not sure if you're capable
Yeah, there's
of
like someone talking.
eagerly
I think the
await
game
the fall.
defaults to 25%
Very
max volume.
first hurdle.
Yeah.
Sophie is
weird.
loud. Okay. One sec, let me turn
How's
Sophie
sound over
down
here?
a tiny
Are
bit.
they louder than me? Is
On
the
my
game
side,
too
apparently.
quiet?
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Noise.
Sophie's
Noise.
kind of loud.
Okay.
Which
I
is
turned Sophie
new.
down by like 10%.
I also put Sophie down by 10%. Ew.
There we go. Double burp.
Double. The redemption bird.
Sausage, what do you mean? Shake a poor sinner's hand.
What's with all the
Sounds
blood?
seem good on your end. Just Renji. Renji. Scuff. Okay, up. Elevator. Hello? Oh, it's
Yeah, we're
moving.
going up. He's
Sorry.
moving.
Our grippers
That
are
one
out.
got
They just like me,
Grippers?
for real, for real.
Why is... Can you,
We
did you see that?
pulling
Why
me.
was Sophie like floating for a second?
I didn't see Sophie
Because
floating.
I always float.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
okay,
but,
we're
like,
in it for real
in the
now.
game.
Wait, Sophie! This is going green already.
Ah! Pull me up! Pull me up! Pull me up! Pull me up!
I'm trying.
Now you're pulling
I'm
me.
pulling
Ah!
Okay, maybe we should 1, 2, 3 jump.
Alright, ready?
1,
Go.
2.
What happened to 3? Just fucking like, oh, okay, go, like.
Go.
1, 2.
I missed the ledge a little bit.
Oh, luckily that's what the chains are for.
Ah. Oh, I must fucked up. Ah!
Yay.
Oh my gosh.
You'll actually
This is
need to
gonna be a
stand
lot
chance
of
to escape
screaming.
from here.
Oh.
I bet 10
It
souls
probably will.
will fall long before you catch even a glimpse of sunlight.
Renji, no.
This pointless chatter.
Renji, stop.
You're supposed to be setting up the next
Hey,
challenge.
Marachi.
As I command.
Welcome to the
Going
chaos.
My apologies.
Uh,
This was just too entertaining. Back to work I go. Immediately.
Renji, you're slow.
I'm trying not to fall.
I fell down!
See? I'm slow.
I keep turning
some
my
of you
camera
have
too much.
Some of you haven't played the jump puzzles yet in 14 for the
No.
rising events, and it shows.
Why would I do that?
For glamour.
I don't know.
Well, right now we're
to do
doing
with
this
mine.
for escape.
Yeah, we want to get to heaven.
Why do you want to go there?
I don't know. That's what we're doing.
Oh my god, you!
Bye.
I can. Yeah. No.
Go, go! Okay, okay, you're secure. Yeah, you're secure. Pull
I'm
you and
stuck.
I'll pull the chain.
You're stuck.
Sophie, can
I'm
you
like,
try and move back?
I cannot use like pulling. You gotta come here. Come here, Renji. Come help.
No, because if I get close to the edge, then you might fall off.
Pull
and then
me.
we'll all fall off.
Walk to the other side.
Well,
Go to the
they're
other.
like-
There you go. A little further.
there's a rock.
Yeah.
There is a rock in the way.
Can you sink
Okay,
me
I'll
down
go
just
this
a
way.
little bit? Okay.
No,
Whoop.
Renji won't
Okay.
let me. Oh dear.
See?
Pull me up.
See? I moved closer and look what happened.
There's a ledge.
Oh,
Okay,
Fine.
okay.
I got
I'm fine.
Sophie.
I'm fine. It's good.
Okay.
Oh, damn. I
Well,
was
but your range
prepared
is
for
right up
jumping,
this one,
not
huh?
like balance beam work. Oh, I almost fell again.
Please, please don't.
Right. No! Have I seen jelly?
Is this?
Wait.
As in,
Uh.
they're basically like lasers. You jump over it.
Hopscotch. Oh, I don't like that. Right.
DM, hey. Okay, walk around the edge because we need to get to the fence.
How do you grab the fence?
Oh, you just latch on. Nice.
Spacebar to stop climbing.
Marachi, just know if you're gonna play this game, you pick some people you definitely trust.
It's more fun if you pick people you don't trust.
Friends.
Alright,
I
don't
mean-
touch the trampoline yet. All at the same time. Rindy, get closer.
Renji,
No,
why are
no,
you
wait.
always so far away?
Just in case.
Alright. What?
Move closer, move closer. Oh, no, 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 no. I got it, 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 I got it. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. No!
Nah! Stop it! Why did you wait for the countdown?
There was no countdown.
What
Hi,
happened? It's at the
Biko.
bottom of the
Renji,
screen!
jump first.
That screech.
There's a countdown button, Sophie.
Back to the left. Oh my god.
Hey, don't you have like a fall redeem?
What?
Do we even use full redeem? We seem pretty good at it ourselves.
That's 3,000
far.
points. It's not even a cheap
And-
one.
There
DM,
you
what
all
do you
have it.
mean? Out here, my chat's being like, you know, when I said, oh yeah, play
DM!
with people you trust, and DM's like, oh, so not Renji? Like, you don't trust me?
DM!
No,
Hi,
obviously
DM!
not.
Yeah, hi DM, how you been, by the way, bud? It's been a while.
Hey, there's another path that way.
There is,
we
but I
wanna
think we
try
still
it?
gotta go on this first.
Thank you, Chris. Somebody.
Oh dear. No.
Quick. Okay, I'm on the rock. I'm on the rock. I'm on the rock. No.
No. Stop it. Stop.
No.
Hi, Miko. Welcome.
Yeah, hey, Biko.
Hey,
By the
Biko.
way, everybody, I hope you're not here for. I hope you're here. You know, you're not here for a chill time because this is not that. This is definitely not a chill time. Right.
All right.
Can we-
1, 2, 3,
so
go.
Are we going on the rock or are we going straight ahead?
Follow rock.
Okay.
Go. Okay.
Uh.
Balance beam on the foot.
Climb on Renji's head.
That's
There's
fine.
another balance beam. But you can just fall off. Jump. The sounds are kind of weird.
Coffin.
Renji, why are you lagging so far behind?
I'm not though.
I can't get it. Wait,
Single
slow
file.
down.
Single file.
Wait for you. Okay. Go.
I think my mouse sensitivity is really high for this. Ooh.
I'm using
fine.
controller and it's going great.
Oh, you can play with controller? I unplugged
Yeah.
mine because I didn't think you could. Oh, maybe I should have plugged it back in. I actually think a controller in this game would like. Marachi, we fell twice.
Was it twice or was it 3 times? I felt like it was 3.
3 times now.
Oh, was it 3? Well, I mean, since Marachi left for a second, I think we fell twice.
Since we fell twice since. Wow.
Yeah, Marachi left for probably like a minute, and we fell twice.
Dang, I wish I had a fall counter.
Oh man. Oh wait, I have a. Hold on, hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second.
I can
actually-
set one up on a
Death-
text,
like,
but I have to
death
manually
counter
go
is the
do it.
same, like,
Where? Hold on. I added one actually, just like the other day.
yeah, I mean, like,
I
if
wanna
we
get
have
a death counter.
it's the same thing, right?
I don't have one right now.
counter.
I
Counter.
don't think I have one either. I think I got rid of
How
mine.
does that work? Do you like set it up to a hotkey and hit the hotkey to log it?
Yes.
Oh, that's nice. Is it a plugin for OBS?
It's a script. Yes.
A script? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to set that up.
Okay.
Yeah, I probably should do that too.
I put it on.
Especially when I play my horror games. I keep dying. Nori
we
suggested
ready?
another.
Okay.
Ah!
Ah! What the hell? That never happened before.
What was that?
What the fuck was that? That didn't happen last time.
Because we all jumped over it last time. Somebody's foot must have hit it.
I wasn't a foot, it was my whole body.
Oh God.
We got hit by a thing. What the shit?
I got launched. Alright. Hold on, I want to set one up in
wait, I got it.
Moobot. I just put a custom command.
Well, they'll get dragged up with us regardless. If this isn't a microcosm of what this experience is going to be, I don't know what will be. Look at this. Oh my god.
Oh, how do I
Oh my
set up the
gosh.
counter? I forgot.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Never mind. Oh,
Ah! We glitched through. Ah!
what happened?
Glitched through.
She didn't get on the thing before it started moving.
And then you got stuck underneath, and then it disappeared, and we just fell again.
I came back and I'm like being dangled. I'm like,
I think
ah!
that does count again, does it not?
A fall is a fall, right, guys?
Yeah. I thought this was going to be bad enough with just me and you. Like,
You forget that Sophie also shares the single brain cell we have. Now it's just divided among 3.
Dummy squad activate.
oh god. That's not a good squad to activate.
Go! Go, don't stop. It works for other people.
Yeah, you seen that one clip of that guy who like won Ninja Warrior? Like the preliminaries, he just ran
Fell
through
down.
the whole thing.
I did not see that clip. I need to see it though.
I saw it again yesterday. If I see it again on Twitter, I'll link it to you.
Please do.
There's like, yeah, like the
With how
first
everything
course
is
as a
going, I probably
prelim,
don't need
like,
the fall of a team. Megamind.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
Mastermind.
lie. I think would be fine.
I called Mastermind Megamind for some freaking reason.
You know what?
I like
think-
Megamind. Megamind's
never seen
adorable, especially baby
Have you ever seen
Megamind.
it?
No.
You should watch it. It's good.
It should be very good.
The
Someone put it in the watch-along.
superhero is a douchebag, and the villain's not really a villain. Just people put him in the villain shoes, and he's not very good at filling them.
What causes you to fall? Incompetency.
And also being launched.
Last time we fell because one of us must have touched the laser, so it activated.
Oh no, it wasn't a laser.
No,
No,
it's
'cause-
a laser that summons it.
Oh.
Yeah, so like
You
if we
touch
hit
the
it,
laser, you get launched.
Oh, was that what that
Alright,
was? On the stairs?
yeah, one of us
Alright.
must have touched
Ready,
the laser.
Renji? Go, don't stop.
Renji, why are you
Yep.
so far? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Keep going.
Okay, we're fine.
Timing bad. No, we got it.
Okay. Go.
Okay.
Direct yourself.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh.
Direct yourself
Go.
where you wreck
Tunnel?
yourself.
Whoa, tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
Tunnel.
And die.
Mushrooms.
No, Sophie, don't eat
Oh
those.
god.
They
Oh,
look
fuck.
so good.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay. Single file. Who wants to lead? Sophie seems like they
Somebody-
want to lead.
Sophie
Somebody
can't
not in the
lead.
middle
Sophie's
should
a
lead.
middle person. Wait, oh, this is a jump.
Oh my god, I don't like the way you're moving. The way you were like shimmying side to side there, like, but super fast.
Oh, hold on, not so fast. No.
God, I'm having a heart attack watching you guys run around. Let alone having
Where are we
me run
going?
I know
around.
where this puzzle goes.
This,
Looks like up and to the left.
this way.
Oh, shit. Oh shit, I fell.
My
Oh,
head.
fuck.
Oh no.
Okay, I'm back. It's cool. It's cool.
Wait, this didn't go anywhere.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, go to the right.
No, it's not connected.
Okay, well, back this way
Wait.
then. Mastermind, why?
Oh, Sophie! Reggie! Pull Sophie up! Reggie, pull Sophie up! Help!
I'm trying. Sophie, are you on stable ground?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
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 Hi. Okay. Renji's in the lead now. Nope.
Okay, you need to be in the
she's
lead.
Yeah.
You-
Wait,
No,
Don't,
oh,
no, wait.
We're
Yeah,
going
no, this
down?
way.
That way. Yeah, down and straight across. Can you see?
Oh,
'Cause
okay.
We need
Go
to.
to that skull.
Oh, that was
Oh my
terrifying.
god. Oh my god.
This isn't even a horror
Already
game.
did. I mean,
No, this is a
isn't it
different type of horror.
Oh. Sometimes the skull pushes me.
It doesn't help that we've got 1/3 of a brain cell each.
That's not how that works. It doesn't divvy up.
No, we
You can't
Well-
split the cell, or else it breaks. Okay, get up there.
Okay.
Good?
Yep.
Trampoline. Ready?
Okay.
Go. Oh god, the ground's moving. Okay.
Okay. This one we need to be
No hesitation.
precise. Yeah. Once we move, we have to just
We
keep
need
going.
to get it while it's like calming down.
Yeah.
Okay, on the next one.
Ready?
1, 2,
Go.
go.
Nice.
Okay.
Yay, we did it.
Oh my god.
Nice job. Teamwork makes the dream work. And Rise and Renown
you're
is
all
full of
dedicated to
dreamers.
Streaming this until you beat it. No.
Level you will fail.
What?
But in
With how everything is
Ellipses is
going?
like-
Oh, that still says the same thing. What is it
Ellipses is
moving
like-
for?
also,
Are we streaming until we beat the game? And I'm like, no.
Doubt. Cannot autosave progression. ¿Por qué?
Oh, right.
What?
Nani? What's in there? What's in there? Is
Why
there
no
anything in
save? Did you see it? It says no autosave.
there? No, I think only you saw that.
Wait, is this a safe place?
Maybe it would be if there is save points, but
Hold on, I gotta go around this thing. Jesus.
sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, wait,
whoa,
whoa,
shit,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
wait.
Go, 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 go. Stop.
Full forward. Oh my god. By the way,
Okay,
what
it looks it's not
difficulty?
forever.
What difficulty did you put this on you?
Beginner.
Okay. No wonder why this felt kind of easy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can change it.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, I was thinking, like, oh, we've done pretty well so far for some reason.
Oh, I can't change
Can
it
you
right
climb?
now. I can reset.
Can you? No, just climb, for fuck's sake.
They'll tell me what to do. I don't know how
Well,
you managed
when
to
we're all
drag me
slowing
up the
down-
ladder.
I like that the change doesn't get hooked on stuff.
Imagine if it did get... Stop it!
Oh, but you're gonna get killed! No! No!
Get up here!
You can pull, you know.
I was trying not to fall down. I was
The map
pulling,
is
just not with the E
unchanged. Oh.
button.
You guys have just been running up the ladder.
You didn't see the
We wa-
spikes?
I saw the spikes. I thought we could get past them if we went fast enough.
I don't know, though. The timing seems a little off.
Oh,
Oh, fuck.
no.
Okay,
Okay.
fine. Got this on lock. This one. Rindy's slow.
I'm trying not to fall, and also I'm waiting for you to figure it out. I realize.
I know
putting
where
you in
I'm
the
going.
front
I'm
is
waiting for
bad.
you guys. You
Amazing
forget
sense of direction
I've
is
played
first.
only up.
And
I'm a master at this kind of stuff. The
this is
launching me.
not that hard. It's your sense of direction that I don't trust.
I know where I'm going.
And then you move.
Ah!
Because you all moved so fucking. You didn't even give me a fucking chance to climb the thing, and now look.
This is your fault, Renji. Your
Yeah,
fault.
Renji. We're making good time, and then Renji's like, no, I need to take baby steps.
Renji's gonna get pissed off.
I'm
Renji,
already
would you like
pissed
to
off.
get a controller?
Yeah, do you want to get a
lot
controller?
easier.
Nah, it's not actually that bad with keyboard and mouse. I actually prefer the finer like camera control. I feel like actual movement would be easier with a controller, but like the camera control, I feel like is easier with a
What
mouse.
if you did both? Sophie
I'm not
does that
doing a hybrid.
sometimes.
I do that all the time. I'm doing it right now.
Oh, Sophie's crazy. Wow, Renji's like going crazy now.
So I
Well,
think
this is the easy part.
you say that, but you still almost fell.
Yeah, because you weren't moving.
Oopity-doo. Hello,
I
thank
am
you.
yellow.
Nice to,
Uh-oh.
I fell. Hold on. There we go. I'm up.
Renji, what's your favorite anime that's not Dragon Ball Z?
Fist of the North Star.
What's that?
Fist of the North Star. Hokuto no Ken. Getting a new anime soon.
Ooh.
Ish.
See, this is what you gotta do, Chad. You gotta have him talk about something he likes so he doesn't get cranky.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm still mad.
Come
Yeah,
on.
obviously, you're holding us back again. Ooh.
Sophie is just ripping into you, man.
Space Crew wants me to just like jump off and die. That's
I
what
had
happened.
a rough morning, okay? And a rough weekend.
It's okay. It's okay. Because once we get to Splatfest on the weekend, Sophie's not gonna have a great time.
You mean Saltfest?
Yeah,
Salt
exactly.
Fest?
So, yeah.
Is there an event?
Yes.
Yeah, there's an event and there's a game mode that you kind of always have to play, and neither of us are big fans of that game mode.
Oh, Sophie wasn't ready!
Sorry! The snack's dead.
Okay.
Thanks for the follows. Okay, are we ready?
1, 2, 3.
Oh,
Okay.
Whoa, okay, we got
1, 2.
super lucky.
Ah,
Whoa,
somebody
sorry.
touched shit!
It's okay, we're fine. We're fine.
Into
Last
the
time I
cave.
walked on one, it
Secret
didn't
tunnel.
fucking activate.
Secret tunnel.
Oh, shit.
What do you think these mushrooms taste like?
They
Taste-
look.
I
look
think they
just
taste
big
like
versions of
soot.
the button mushrooms.
Or
Yeah,
poison?
they just look like buttons. Nah, those aren't poisoned.
We're in
button
hell.
mushroom?
What do you
No.
mean they're not poison?
They probably taste like mushrooms.
Shimeji?
Shamanti.
Shimeji.
Shamanti?
It's the long skinny mushrooms. Oh dear. Okay.
I know nothing about mushrooms.
Oh yeah, because you don't really eat mushrooms. do
I
you?
don't eat mushrooms, period. It's not, I don't really eat them. I don't eat them at all. Ah!
That one was on me.
Toppy slipped. Run, run, run,
Okay,
run, run, run,
never
run,
mind.
run, 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 run.
My controller superiority has failed me.
You know,
We have a
earlier when I was
stamina.
like, oh,
We run
it
out of
seems like we're
stamina.
doing pretty well. I should never have said anything.
Yep, it's been
You done
jinxed.
jinxed us.
It did seem like we were doing like really, really good for a while there. It's interesting you don't die. Well, Marachi, it's
We
'cause
are
we're
dead.
we're probably already dead. Look
We're
at
in
this
hell.
hellscape.
No, we're literally in hell. Literally, if I open the game menu, it says hell.
It says welcome to hell.
And then the next part is the city, and then we have to go to heaven.
God, there's a city.
Yep. There's 3 levels.
Oh God. Are you ever gonna play it only up again? Because this is good practice.
Yeah, probably. For my follow-a-thon. It's good for interaction because, like, people like to watch me fall down once I've made good progress.
Sure
Like me.
do.
And it hurts my soul. And I cry a little bit inside. And then I'm like, thanks for following.
I still remember that time you did it for when you were on V-Stream. And then I convinced Marachi to raid into you to try and get a bunch of people to follow you because you said every time someone followed you, you'd fall off. So, I remember like asking,
I think that was,
thought
like-
basically
That stream was the first time that I had so much interaction.
I was like, I basically went in like and begged Marachi like, hey, can you? I need this to happen. Like, I need you to.
I need you
raid
to make my
Fracture."
friend suffer.
Oh, I didn't say any of that. Though. I was
You
just-
touched the
oh,
laser
shit.
rigging!
Yeah, I hit the jump, but yeah, I just remember being like, hey, like, can you raid
Hey,
my
that guy's
friend?
been impaled. You see him up there?
Yeah, we should be lucky
There.
that's not us.
Oh, turn around,
Up
Sophie.
and to the left.
Face where we're facing.
Oh,
Way up there.
so he has.
Do you think this rock is hot? That could be you if you land poorly. Nuh-uh. We have
Oh,
plot
God.
armor.
Selfie.
I see.
Might
him.
be a bit harder to climb.
You can just go away forever.
You know, I don't get those, surprisingly. I did like once
Well.
and it killed my whole mood.
Well, now you've said something, so
They'll be
Don't
coming
go.
I
after
will
you
say
next.
the one time I did get it, Renji was in my chat and distracted me from it by redeeming a bunch of random shit and throwing shit at me.
oh, nice. Probably didn't do it on purpose.
Probably not, but I appreciated it.
I think we're getting really good at this part.
Oh, it's almost like we've been here a bunch of times or something.
Oh yeah, I gotta hit the loss counter again. Oops. Okay, we're good.
Beep 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 beep. Somebody redeemed the panic on Renji's stream.
No, shut up. I'd rather you redeem the dance or something. That's new. 500 points. See me dance. don't make me stress out.
Y'all hear that? Y'all hear that?
Hey,
Go
thanks,
Renji's
Marachi.
dance.
Marachi did.
Yay!
What
There you
dance
go.
did you do?
That Pokemon dance.
I
The one from the meme.
I did a dance TikTok. It was the toothless dance.
Ulysses, no.
Ulysses, do it! Do it, Ulysses! Okay, don't touch the lasers.
Oh my god, that fucking... That is actually one of the worst things to have in a high-stress situation like this. That fucking Sonic the Hedgehog drowning music. God.
I'm a cramp.
You did this
It's not
to
bad
yourself.
enough that it's fucking childhood trauma as well,
Alright.
but like...
Trampoline time. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Whee!
Okay,
We hit the trampoline!
Okay. Oh my god, we got so lucky.
I think I know how to speedrun this game now.
As in, you're just gonna run straight ahead regardless of...
Alright,
Yes.
I'm down if we're all on the same page. But not on
What,
this
to
part,
just-
after this part.
No, just that part that we've already fallen through a few times.
Oh.
What, to just keep running? Wait.
The blue blur
Can I
knows
grab
the
you?
way.
I can't pull Renji.
Yeah, it's because your chain isn't connected to me. So Sophie can pull the chain for both of us, I think. Depends
Sophie.
on which way they're facing, but...
Okay. Stop pulling me, what are you doing? Alright, you guys stop pulling each other, stop it. I don't like how this looks. Ugh, no consent. Come on. The skull is hitting my head.
Yeah, there's also sometimes like the detection on the climbing is weird.
And take a baby steps, because it'll really takes a minute to climb up. Why is it not grabbing?
Climb, you asshole. Climb.
Wait, is it that one? I can't see.
Go, go.
the right, to the right.
It's like the jaw
No,
suddenly
nothing
decides to
about-
stick out.
Nothing about this game is janky or weird. What are you talking about, Ulysses?
Ulysses, don't be a
That's how these-
liar.
That's how these games like thrive and make a name for themselves, is because they're kind of weird and janky.
Ugh. Okay, okay. We're good, we're good, we're good. Everybody
And
here?
yeah, even when I was at university, I still didn't make a game nearly this good. Like mechanically this good. Mine were even jankier and shittier.
That's why you gotta make visual novels, Renji. There's no controls. Just
Man,
clicking.
The one I worked on was just a walking sim.
Okay,
So-
ready? Go.
Oh my god, I almost did make that.
I feel like as
Wait.
long as 2 of us make it and one of them is Sophie, we're fine.
God damn it, why again?
Renji, what are you doing? Ah!
Why?
What was that?
I thought we were going.
We didn't counter anything.
Ready?
Okay.
Go.
No, no. Okay, no.
Ah, 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 ah.
You gotta count. You gotta pick a rock and count.
Well, see, Gremlin never does that. Anytime Gremlin does anything, it's just go. It's like, oh, you
No,
wanna count?
I
Okay,
said
go.
ready, and that meant that
No.
rock that's turning.
No.
I'm not
Really?
walking. You guys can
Question.
pull me.
No, I quit. I quit. I'm going over there. I'm
can't
feeling
quit.
Sisyphus.
Hey, he's got his own game now. You seen that too? The Sisyphus game?
What?
The Sisyphus rock pushing game? You haven't seen
Oh
that?
yeah, I've seen that. I saw somebody's soul break into 2 pieces.
It's basically, you know, like Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, Sophie, but it's Sisyphus. You push a giant rock up a...
And there's a
like,
lot of
hill
things
with
in
an
your
obstacle
way, and
course,
it
yeah.
pushes the rock all the way down, and it's really hard to catch it again because it's heavy. It's actually heavy.
Yeah, it's basically Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, but Sisyphus. But then there's that other one, you know, a really hard game about climbing. There's like a lot of these kind of like rage games now.
Yeah,
They're better with
better
friends.
with friends. Yep.
Is it though? I don't know.
Renji, imagine if you were playing this by yourself.
I wouldn't be playing it, so I wouldn't be stressed.
This is a hypothetical scenario. Whether you would actually do it or not is a different story. But imagine if you weren't with friends, how miserable you would be.
You'd
What?
be in hell alone.
Yeah, nobody wants to be in hell
I'm always
alone.
in-
Hell is meant to have friends. Or something.
I'm always in hell alone. What do you think life is?
Oh, that reminds me of the Sonata Arctica song, actually. I don't remember the title though. Oh no.
Beep, beep,
It's
beep,
from
beep,
this-
beep, 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 beep.
Benji.
Got the jank at his game.
Nice save.
Oh. What the hell would I do in a place without you in heaven? Lonely
Jump.
heaven. Something
Jump.
like that.
Jump. Jump.
Whoopity-doo.
Deep, 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 deep. Crab walk.
All I can say is if somebody else comes out of the woodwork and is like, hey, hey Renji, I saw you got chained together. You want to play? I'll be like, well, at least I've experienced it before. So at
3,
least hopefully I know what I'm doing.
1, jump!
Ah, you said jump! Ah, what happened?
I jumped on it and it didn't fucking give me that much of a boost. I don't know why.
Gotta go at the same time.
I did
You
go at the
didn't
same
get
time.
double bounce. You didn't get the double bounce.
Bouncy, bouncy.
Have you ever
Slow
been on a
it down,
trampoline
make it bounce.
and done the
Something,
and done the
gone.
double bounce?
Yes, but we did it on like an Olympic standard trampoline and it scared the shit out of me.
You wait,
I'm
what?
so
What?
jealous. I've only like the most like you know the little round ones with all the springs
Oh, see, like
that
at
you
my
can get your foot caught in.
my school was weirdly known for trampolining, so like they had like
Known for trampoline.
Yeah, no, it's really weird. But they had like gymnastic grade trampolines at my school.
Fancy. Did you have
Do
any
you have a school swimming pool, too?
gymnastics?
No. I actually did get pretty good at trampolining at one point. I'm probably not very good anymore.
I'm jealous. I'm like really
um,
jealous.
My friend who did gymnastics tricked me. I didn't know about like the double bounce before. So like he was like, oh yeah, just get on and start jumping. I was like, okay, cool. What trick are you gonna teach me? And he was like, just give me a second. And then him and another friend got on, and like we did this inside of like the school sports hall, and I almost touched the fucking ceiling.
Oh my god. I would never be friends with them again. I'm afraid of
would.
heights.
I'd be
I
like,
am-
again.
Dude, I am also afraid of heights to some degree, and
I would have
when
felt
was
my
coming
soul
down,
leave my body.
You don't
the
even
fun.
understand. I literally, as I was coming down, I was like, oh my god, oh my god. I was freaking out because I was like, you know, the trampoline looks super small now, and I'm like, I'm gonna break my fucking leg.
It's a
Like,
treat.
I'm-
Nah.
I was like, I'm gonna fucking land, just like shatter my ankles or something.
I
But,
actually
yeah.
used to want to be an acrobat, so I'm super jealous.
Oh, I can.
I
Whoa.
will say though, those
I thought I
trampolines
had
are super
bones, but it
cool.
was the chain.
Yeah, those trampolines were super cool though.
Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Huh. There.
Oh,
no.
shit!
Go for it.
No.
Pull him up.
Okay, we're fine. Gotcha.
Okay,
Gotcha.
okay.
Alright. 3, 2, 1, go.
I mean, luckily you can kind of direct yourself a little bit in the air, but Jesus, I thought I was gonna die there.
I thought I had
thought we were
bones,
gonna
but it
fall
was
for
the
sure.
chain. Just chain is certainly a sentence. Well, I don't actually have bones. I have a
Ulysses, come on. You know
Steel frame?
streaming.
aluminum frame or
Is
something.
that even
I don't know.
steel?
No, steel
One
is
more time?
heavy.
But
Wastes too much
aluminum-
power.
But
Aluminium?
aluminum is
It's like not
It's
plain
aluminum.
aluminum. It's like a
No, it's
composite.
aluminium.
it's
Don't
aluminum.
cut out,
It's uranium.
Don't cut out.
There's no I at the end of the root there.
I'm just gonna
guys are just
peacefully
saying
climb
it
my
wrong.
skull and bones.
No, you're saying it wrong.
We was.
Schedule. This is because you guys were bickering about words.
It's because Sophie fell. I was actually still on there.
Talking
I was actually
about
still on there.
aluminum.
Aluminium, but yeah.
There is no
Aluminum.
I there.
There is.
There's not.
Your entire nation says it wrong.
Your nation says it wrong.
What, me and everyone else in the world?
Literally everyone uses American English.
That's because it's the stupid one. It's the simple one because you guys have to cut
we
things
don't
out.
say-
Simple
Yes, but I
one.
don't belong.
We already had this conversation, Rinji. English is way
eyes
more.
where
Our
they
American
belong.
English is way more specific than British English. This is why we had an
Yep.
argument last time.
No, it's stupid.
You're stupid.
That's a different issue.
And you all add extra letters for no goddamn reason.
That's the language.
Nope.
The language doesn't
That's the
add letters for
proper
no reason.
It's the proper language.
Lore. Behavior. With your extra U's. I hate to admit it though, I actually do tend to spell
Yeah,
them
I
with
do
the
tend
U
to spell things with
accidentally.
extra U's.
Oh, look
And
at
I
that.
also spell gray with an
Especially
E,
British
but
French.
that's because I'm dyslexic and it looked too similar
Spell it
to my
both
dad's
ways.
name with an A.
Gray just depends on how I'm feeling.
It looks wrong with an A.
It kind of does.
I used to get in trouble by spelling it with an E in elementary school, and my mom was like, excuse me, this is spelled correctly. Give them their points. The audacity. You know, it
Us
really
spelling
sucks
teachers,
when you
yeah.
use the extra U's and you type in something and it's like, this is spelt wrong, and I'm like, no, it's not.
Yeah, well,
technically.
we get it the other way around. You take it out and it's like wrong. But luckily for most of us over here, it's a misspelling.
You're a misspelling.
You're a microwave, but only half of one.
What?
Renji
Oh, did you-
Denshi Renji is...
Yeah, Japanese for microwave, Denji Renji.
I learned that from Sashingo, which had an
Sashingo.
update, by the way. If you guys want to see that, let me know.
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing actually, because I think it's had a couple of updates.
Yeah.
And I haven't
They
played
also
it
put it on sale because the creator got married.
Yeah,
Aww.
like, was it this week or last week? Last week, wasn't it?
I think technically last week. It was over the weekend. Alright, 3,
And Marie
2,
the Demon Queen, hello.
1, go. Renji,
Oh,
the trampoline again.
No, I just landed too far. Oh shit! I was trying to go backwards so that we could go back. I just landed too far forward. Kenny, what's the point of silent letters? To be an asshole. That's what that is.
Night.
Do you guys want to
No.
know a word that I know? Philosophy nihilipilification.
The fuck?
Velocinosinine hilipilification.
Put it back. That word's too expensive. Put it back.
Well, I like it. It's fun.
No.
Well,
What's it mean?
it basically means something that's unnecessary and useless. Like the word
Like
itself.
the word.
The word. That's like when I was a kid in like elementary school, and my teacher taught me like anti-disestablishmentarianism, and I just started walking around my house and being like
Anti-disestablishmentarianism.
And my parents were like, "What are you saying?" And I was like, "My teacher taught me." And it's like, "Did they teach you what it means?" I was like, "Yeah, but I didn't remember."
Yeah, but that doesn't sound as funny.
I still don't think I remember it at all. I just spent most of my brain power remembering the word.
Say the word again.
Anti-disestablishmentarianism.
Okay, so basically, I think it means down with the establishment.
Yeah, I think
Down
it's
with the
something-
sickness.
I think when I was a little bit younger and I read it in the dictionary, it was like tearing down like big establishments, like religious establishments and things.
Yes! Tear down
What a
all
good
big
word.
establishments.
How do you spell it? I don't know.
Anti.
Dude, I'm losing the ability to spell like basic words nowadays.
Tarianism.
I like how
That's how
you
you spell
break up all the syllables except Tarianism.
Also, Sophie, Kenny's like from a European country. English is like his third language. Even though it's probably not that helpful.
Jump rope. Renji, come jump rope.
What's a jump?
Okay, I'm not gonna try that anymore.
You want
That's
a
okay, that's good.
hippopotamonstrossus squidodolphi phobia. A fear of long words. I thought it was a hippo.
Hippo means large.
Large, monstrous, big. Squid. What is squid?
Words.
Word?
Quit means word.
Monstrossus
I don't know
is?
about Dalio though.
Can we just jump now?
3, 2, 1, jump!
Jump! I'm gonna hit it!
Not too
I hit it! Don't go! Don't go forward! Don't go forward!
Renji, go, pull.
I'm trying.
I'm swinging! I'm swinging!
I'm trying. Gotcha.
Don't touch the thing! Don't touch the trampoline!
I need coffee real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, I need to take some more. I need to drink some more water. Hi Carlos. I forgot to say hi like ages ago. Sorry, we're
I'm
suffering
dying.
over here. And Marachi, you're correct. English is weird anyway. 'Cause
English
it's
is
a combination
dumb.
Of, like,
It's
that's 'cause
like
it's a
18
combination of like,
languages.
yeah, it's at least 10 ancient languages.
We got your Latin, we got your German, we got your French, we got your. It's
Latin.
got Japanese in it now too. I said Latin. Latin was the first one.
Yeah, but there's 2 Latins.
Big Latin.
Ah.
Ignate. Attenbay.
We'll
Okay.
call it a night.
It's got yeah.
1, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Sausage. I don't know how you
Guys,
guys. Somehow sausage fell asleep whilst we have been playing this. How?
with all that screaming,
Yeah. How?
You want
No
more
clue.
chaos?
for more chaos, follow Renji and you fracture.
Renji's not
Hang
chaotic.
a second. Hang on a
Renji's
second.
not chaotic.
The two of you are more chaotic than I am.
Okay.
Renji's
ready
the
for
cranky
trampolines?
glue that reins us in and holds us together. 3,
Hold
2,
us down.
1, go!
Jump!
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Thank you.
Oh.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
This one's not near as bad.
Yeah. Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Guys, I just remember the end of the song. And die.
Honestly, Kenny, you're not wrong. Most of the chaos is from you guys on YouTube chat.
YouTube chat.
And
I can fix
Marie-
that.
Marie the Demon Queen. Of course I know Japan. I've been there twice.
I have not been to Japan, but I know of Japan. I want to go. But at the same time,
yeah.
other people that can't afford it are terrible American travelers and ruin everything. And it's not just American, there's some EU travelers that are bad.
Oh, I mean, it's travelers in general. There's like...
There's a whole
Lots-
street in Japan that tourists can't go to anymore because they kept messing stuff
Yeah.
up. And I'm so upset about it. Not that I could
That's
get there.
That's in Kyoto, isn't it?
I think so. It was like a
what's the
historic
Geisha
district. Yeah.
Fuck, what's
Wait,
that
really?
called? I've been there. Yeah, you basically... Tourists can... No, it's not all of the Gion district. It's just this one very specific street. You can't take any photos and stuff. Like, you'll
Oh,
get
that's
fined on the
fine.
spot. I think most tourists are not allowed.
Did you know that I saw this TikTok from this woman that's from Japan, and her phone, it automatically has a camera shutter sound and you can't turn it off, and she was in somewhere in France at a museum and taking pictures, and they told her to turn her shutter sounds off. Apparently, the reason that they have that where you can't turn off the sound is to prevent upskirting.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because
Do you guys see the guy in the distance
What, the big skeleton dude?
covering his missing balls?
He's looking for him. Look at his tongue hanging out.
All right, 3, 2, 1, jump. Well, Renji was ready for it that time.
He was. Okay, not
Was-
this one.
was it
All right,
Next one.
Renji. Wait,
Wait. What happened to the cow?
wait, jump.
What
I got
happened
it.
to the
I got
cow?
it. I got it.
I thought you guys were gonna
fine.
cow.
Go.
Run.
I saved us. You're welcome. Suck it.
Alright, Space Goo. Earlier you were screaming at us about counts and then you didn't count. You
Do
just
as I
went
say,
go.
not as I do.
That's not how that works.
All is planned exactly.
All according to Keikaku.
Keikaku means
Keikaku
plan.
means plan.
What was with the stoves back then?
All right. What we're going to do is we're going to climb and we're going to stop until it is
Apparently I
slowly
landed
receding.
on the ladder. Go.
Wait. I got it.
It's
We're
okay.
good.
It's okay.
We're good. We're good.
I'm hanging. I'm trying to get back to the ladder.
Swinging!
Pull him up.
Swinging! It feels weird. Can't!
Zombie, pull him up.
Renji, pull yourself up.
I can't when I'm like this.
There.
Thank you.
Okay. Wait for it.
Wait. That's all.
Wait for the next
stacked on top
cycle.
of each other.
Yeah, stack on top,
Okay,
Renji.
now go.
Okay, stop.
What happened
God,
to
there's
the
another one.
exercise?
Go down. Go down. Ooh.
It's
Go.
it's gone because my wrist hurt.
No!
Yeah,
Grab
I
it.
didn't think we were gonna make it.
Okay. We need to,
It's
like,
gone off mine
clip
too.
into each other and go as a single unit.
Like this.
But Renji would need to be a little bit lower, like, as our heads need to be level. Yeah. Look at the chain. It looks so weird. Like a plastic chain. Like we could break it if we wanted to.
Bet we could.
Yeah. I had to disable
Alright.
the exercise routine for this stream because my wrist fucking.
Okay, stop.
killed.
Wait.
Go.
We are
And stop.
one.
Okay.
Go.
Go.
It's a good thing that the chain doesn't get
Yeah.
caught on stuff.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Do we get a checkpoint?
Okay.
I want a
I
checkpoint.
don't know.
Better yet, can we just stay here? There's a bed and everything. We can take turns.
Yeah. I'm fine with that. Got a
My
little
feet
fire.
are nice and warm.
There's like this
How is
spike
that
on the
not burning
ground.
the hole?
It's nice if we want to impale ourselves.
Look, there's even a feed bowl.
Yeah, where is the food though?
That we can flip upside down and use as a really hard pillow.
Resourceful. Oh look, there's more bowls. We can all have our own.
Hey, we don't even have to share.
There's even enough
And
to
we
have a
like
pee
to wash
bucket.
dishes every other day.
We can pee in these. See?
Those are really tall. We'd have to stand
Look.
like on this barrel.
We can barrel.
You see this barrel? You stand on the barrel. Oh, you can't crouch, but you
There's
get
no
the
crouch.
They don't let you pop squat.
Electric popsicle.
idea. Yeah, it's because they don't want you to take a poop.
Okay.
That would be like such a really random feature to have added in, just like the ability to poop.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Okay, the good news is it doesn't turn upside down. Okay, ready? Now.
Oh, dear.
Oh god.
Okay.
I fell.
Oh, no,
Guys,
oh, no.
I fell.
Oh,
I'm
oh,
down.
dear.
I'm down. I'm down. I'm down. I'm down. I'm
It's okay.
down.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm walking.
I'm Yankee the chain.
Oh.
Oh,
Alright,
no.
ready?
Uh-oh.
No.
What do you mean?
Hold on.
Oh, that barrel.
Let me
Does it
brace myself.
roll?
Maybe, but I also think that this might be too narrow for like all three of us to fit on.
I'm not sure.
No, I think it's fine.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Go. Oh, I hit the barrel. It doesn't spin.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay.
Slow down, slow down, slow
Okay,
down. Everybody
okay,
take a breather. Okay.
Everybody take a breather as you jump to the next platform.
I fell.
Reggie, help. Reggie, Reggie.
Reggie,
I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying.
Reggie, pull. Reggie, down. Ah! What just
Wait, that kinda
happened?
worked.
Oh
I'm not
shit.
sure.
Zombie fell.
Somehow we glitched it. We
Zombie
glitched
fell.
it,
Zombie fell.
but it's fine. It's fine.
Zombie, don't stand on fire.
Oh, one of them.
What is this rope?
Don't even. Let's take the bridge.
But what if that's easier?
I doubt it. My hands are
Like,
getting
where would
sweaty.
you even go? My hands are already
My
sweaty.
hands
Like,
have been sweaty. Okay.
Oh,
Are you
crap.
sure you wouldn't rather the rope? Oh wait, there's a
No.
platform. Okay, it looks
The
like we're
rope
gonna have to
doesn't
jump
even-
over beams.
Yeah, but the rope doesn't even look like it goes anywhere.
Yeah, it does. It goes up to a platform.
You're telling me
it?
you can climb that? Go on then. Go and try it. Well, let's run back there and you can try it.
You know you would have to come with, right? We're chained together, Renji.
That's why I said we'll go over there and we'll stand there and watch.
We're already here, and the thing's here.
Oh, look at that. You don't want to do it now.
Ah! I jumped onto the thing. I hit the thing. Ah! Swing me.
We're good. We're good.
Okay, where am I?
Turn around. There you go.
Gotcha.
I just feel like we're gonna hit a zone where it's gonna
Oh,
be
God.
a little crazy. My eye is watering and it burns.
Do you need eye drops?
I don't know.
You need someone to do a hydrate redeem for your eyes.
No, it's not my eyes.
pour
It's
water in
one
your
eye.
Okay, well, you want to pour water in one of your eyes?
Why would you do that? That doesn't make it feel better. Okay, ready?
Are we supposed to? No.
3,
Yes.
2, 1, go. Renji, you gotta wait for the go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Look, you can't tell me, Renji, you gotta wait for this, you gotta wait for that, when half the time you
fuck.
decide
Bring
to
the
just say go. Sophie, apparently you're just so strong, you can
Yep.
yank the gremlin halfway up the ladder by yourself.
Yep.
Oh man, we've downgraded.
Oh god.
Not even a bed
Have you
in
guys
this one.
did you guys just see what Alyssa's put?
What?
Look
Ooh.
at that, you're nearly 8% done. 8%.
8? We're not even at a checkpoint rent yet. Renji, look at the thing on the map in the
Yeah,
corner.
I
We've
just
done this
looked. I really
for
wish I
almost an
hadn't.
hour.
I
Don't go that way
wish I
yet.
hadn't.
What is this?
Oh, this one's got a poo pile for sleeping on.
Is it poo?
Poop for sleeping.
Okay.
Go. Jump. Oh shit, I hit the ledge.
Just run, just run.
Okay,
What's in this one? Nothing?
nothing?
I
No.
hear the flutter of a chopper and I don't like it.
Okay, where are we going?
Wait, what the
Are we supposed to jump to that? How far away is it? Oh, it's not that far. One at a time, maybe?
Oh, okay.
Not that far back, Renji.
Wait.
Okay. Alright. We're gonna
Okay.
double bounce to a platform to the left. I hope it's not the stick they want us to land on.
Probably. Yeah, it looks like it.
it
So
looks
we're
like
gonna,
it.
we'll have to try.
3, 2, 1, go! Double bounce. Hit the box.
Oh no! Oh no!
I got it.
Oh, I'm swinging.
Pull me! Pull me! Pull me! Pull me!
I'm trying. Where do we go now?
Okay.
I don't.
It said
like that
to
What's up this?
hold
what's this?
something. I don't remember what button it said to hold, but whatever you use to grab it, hold it. Don't let go. Okay.
Huh?
He's got to drag us up. Do not let go.
I hope your grip strength is good.
I hope your
You're
hands aren't that
alive.
sweaty.
Your lives are literally in my hands.
Renji, please
Please
no.
don't fall.
That was nearly disastrous.
If you
How
do,
far up are we supposed to go?
make
Just
sure
keep
it's
riding
after
it.
The,
You see that platform? I think we're going there.
Car.
Oh, okay. You can drop.
checkpoint, please.
Okay. It says can't autosave still.
Oh, seeing your progress is somewhat... how should I put it? Chaotic. I've decided to give you a little help, so
Oh, I'm
here's
sorry.
a car designed especially to speed up your journey.
You get it?
Well, to
Yep.
hasten your inevitable downfall,
Okay, careful.
should I say.
There's holes.
Oh, the camera doesn't. The camera doesn't fucking turn the car.
Cards at the end, so enjoy it while you can.
I literally have to use.
Oh,
Oh dear.
Okay, watch
there's
the holes. There's 2 holes.
Have to drive with the fucking WASD.
I regret not being in the front seat.
Ah! Oh.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm taking my time.
I think I would have rather walked this. Ah!
Yeah.
Ah!
Take your turn.
Ah, nice.
See,
Okay.
King of the drifters.
So we're gonna have to jump when it starts turning on this
Drunk
one.
driving. What are you
What?
talking about?
Drunk driving. That was nearly disastrous. Alright, so this rotates, so you need to pay attention and jump when it's time to jump.
I've played Super
What?
Mario.
Ready? Now. Jump. Oh, shit. Jump. Oh, God. I'm too close to the ledge. Ah, fuck.
Hey, Pink.
Okay, jump. Oh, missed. I'm fine.
Fine, we're fine.
I'm fine. It's fine. I'm fine. Oh, man.
Oh, yay.
Okay. How are we getting up exactly?
Wait for it to come round and then let's try. No.
Hold on, I can pull something up.
Whee!
Okay.
Knowing this, turn around again, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
And jump. I missed. Zombie.
Okay. It's okay, it's okay. Okay, no, it's not okay anymore. Sophie, just keep doing that until
you
we
pull?
can touch the platform again. Oh, okay.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, I almost fell off though. Jeez. Wait, I think we gotta go on that side.
Yeah,
3. Wait, which way?
No?
turn around. You see where I'm facing?
3, 2, 1.
I think
go.
Wait.
No wait.
Okay. No, wait. Only go.
No stop.
Oh. Oh no. Oh no.
One at a time.
Shit. I don't
Are
know
you
that one at a time's gonna work. With the way the chain is, we're gonna have to time this.
No, we
for
just have
sure.
to be close. We can do one at a time. Not with Sophie though.
Okay.
Sophie can't go first.
Yeah, Sophie, you're in the middle. Oh, I guess I'm going first then.
Oh god.
I told you we can't.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No.
Ah!
I got the road.
Yes. I told you we can't do it one at a time.
I'm pretty sure I watch people do it one at a time.
What's that? Hold on. What's that?
This is a man.
Back
Oh,
there.
over there. A checkpoint? I think it's like to catch yourself when you fall from those things up there. Did you look up, Sophie, at the things that are moving up there?
Oh god.
Oh, what the fuck?
What falls
can
are? How
hold-
many falls are we at?
Oh shit. I need
Plenty.
just to hit that
Probably.
button again.
Oh god, this one's fast. Oh dang, how do we do that? It was so close. Talent. Talent and skills was where it at. Catch talent and skills at rising less than 30, more than 5.
Thanks, Ulysses.
Okay. Okay. Where did you jump? Oh fuck. I'm dangling. I'm dangling.
I'm dangling too. Oh no. Oh no. Reggie, Reggie, no.
No, I couldn't because it moved and then you guys. Okay,
Reggie, you get
somebody
to
else
drive
can do
again.
it. Nah, someone else can do it this time.
Okay, Sophie.
Okay, that's
Oh god, that's not a good sign. I mean, we
Sophie's on
could
control,
just
though. It
ditch
should be
the
okay.
car once the gate's opened and not get
Menace is
launched
here. Hey,
here.
Menace.
We got crushed. Ditch the car. Yeah, ditch the car. I don't want to have car
No.
lore. That's Renji. Oh god. Ah,
Hey, Aki.
I told you we should have ditched the car.
I'm ditching the car.
I mean, I managed to do it.
Do you want to drive the car?
No, you should take a turn.
I don't want to drive it.
Then shut the fuck up.
You're the one that was crying about the car. What?
You're the one crying about the car.
No, Sophie and I are on the same page.
Only now. Sophie was down to drive the car.
Sophie did try the car, and I'm like, we should probably ditch it. And then we almost died. And by died,
gave it
I
a
mean
try.
our souls.
I mean, the controls of the car are pretty jank.
And
yeah,
Sophie's using a controller. I can only imagine
Yeah.
how much worse it would be.
for
But on
fast,
mouse
yeah.
and keyboard. To be fair, I'm actually quite surprised I did it in one.
I am too.
Sophie is impressed. Alright, hold on, my
I
hands are
mean-
sweaty.
I feel like
Yeah, I
most
wanna-
people should be impressed. Because, like, seriously though.
Okay, no
was
need to toot your own
jank
horn
AF.
here.
I'm not. I'm just saying it was jank AF. I've played games with much better controls than that.
Hold on.
Oh, This is it,
Oh,
children. This stream is a prime example not to drink and drive. None of us have drank any alcohol when we were driving.
Are we going or?
No, hold on.
That was the
Oh.
time.
Okay. Sip of coffee while we wait.
There you go.
Unlike you, Fracture,
Whoopity-doo.
if I drank,
Thank
I
you,
would drink
Mrs.
again.
No.
Good
Stop
time
pulling.
for a sip of water.
Stop pulling.
Why, you
Ready?
scared?
No. Now. Ooh, I jumped to the side. Why'd I do that?
Just up. Uh-oh. Okay.
You know, you don't really need to jump. It's okay.
Wait. I keep slipping off. The ground would move beneath my feet. You good, Tuffy? Oh no. Wait. I fell.
Oh god. Wait. That's one of the examples where the jank saved us. Alright, Malaya, thanks for stopping by. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Bye.
Glad to see you embrace the menace.
Dennis the
Wait,
Menace.
Wait, no, we
Why are
can
you
just stand
jumping
on
up
this.
there,
Renji,
Renji?
get over here.
Go.
Alright, Scorpion. Calm down.
Alright.
All
Are we
right, here
doing
go
this all
again.
at once then?
I think we can just jump. As long as we're
Okay.
counting down every time, I think we can do it.
3, 2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh,
No,
shit, I fell off the back.
overcompensated.
I fell off the back.
Overcompensated. Okay, hold on. Wait. No, wait. I got it. Hold on. I got it. No. Ah, shit.
Fall on the
At
road.
least we landed on the road.
I was trying to get to the big box, but you guys swung too much. There's way too much swinging.
I think we also need to keep in mind there's a slight lag
Yep.
between your go and what we actually hear.
That's why I tend to jump early, because I'm trying to compensate for...
I'm jumping on go. You guys can jump on 1 if you need to.
No, I think that would be too soon.
Too much?
Yeah, it's somewhere in between 1 and go, like...
Yeah.
It's like a half second after you say 1, kind of.
One E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 and a 4 E and a...
Who says you need to do exercise to get your heart
1
rate
E
up?
and a 2 E and a... I just have to stand up. And my resting heart
just have
rate
to-
is like sometimes 54. And when I
Just
stand
play
up,
this
it
game
gets
with
up to 140.
Oh dear.
Oh. I'm dangling.
The dangle
look,
is
the cost
killing
on it.
us, man.
It really is.
I almost walked off the road because I was itching my face.
You mean your face had an itch that you scratched?
No. Itching can be a verb.
No.
Yes.
No.
If I pull up the dictionary right now.
You scratch an itch. You don't itch, you scratch.
You do. Sometimes the scratches itch a little bit because the skin's all
You know,
irritated.
that's fair. That's fair. My cat scratches itch quite a bit.
Yeah, exactly. Specifically cat scratches.
But I
What's
don't-
that?
but then
What is that?
Scratch them. What's
Is it the
what?
cat litter?
Ew, God, no, I hope not.
You should definitely always clean a cat scratch, even if it's very, very minor. Everybody write that down.
Yes, please. Because you don't want to
Because of the cat litter.
Scratch fever.
Is that actually a thing?
It is actually a thing.
Oh. I thought that was
It used to be extremely
an
deadly.
innuendo.
Nope. It is an actual thing that can happen.
Apparently, Akibit has been getting secondhand anxiety from watching us play.
Who is?
Akibit.
Akibit.
Hi, Akibit.
Hi, Aki! I didn't notice you there. I'm sorry. Ugh.
How was your stream, Aki?
Oh,
I know you were playing Pillars.
You're gonna kill us.
Pay attention! One more. Okay, jump.
Yeah.
Hi! Is that cinema
I gotta
roll?
add like a couple more. We fell like twice.
It looks like
since the
cinema
last time
roll.
I
Whose emote is that? It's so cute.
It is really cute.
I really like Sophie's ding emote.
Ding dong? Yeah.
Yeah.
That is by Niwa Rabbit, by the way. Whose birthday is coming up?
Happy
Oh, yeah,
birthday,
Newa's birthday's
artist. Sophie, get up here. Sophie,
No,
get up here.
I can't.
I
I'm in a
can't pull
baby
you.
swing.
You're playing
Bam, bam.
Hitman and Pillars, right?
Wait.
You first should
Dobby.
get up here. You first should get up here.
Gremlin!
I can't.
Gremlin!
Oh.
Bonked my head.
Okay, I'm down here. Split the pole.
I think because of the way.
You guys are Sophie.
Sophie, what are you doing?
Sophie, what are you
Sophie, what
doing?
you doing?
Oh, good God. Oh, that was funny. Okay.
Hold on. I gotta scratch my face. Okay.
Part
Break.
of me
Okay.
wants to point a thing out, but part of me does not. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
What?
What is it? Do it. You already
Okay,
brought it up.
everybody wants to know. Go on, Ulysses. What do you want to bring up? Or point out?
Stop pulling me. I'll pull you. Oops, wrong button. I'll pull you.
Why does it say go? I just got a 3, 2, 1 go for some reason.
Because I
Yeah,
hit the
you can
timer button.
actually
There's a
hit a
timer
button.
button.
What is timer
Oh.
button?
R.
Oh my
I
god.
think
I told you. I hit the timer. That one time you guys were yelling at me, I hit it. You guys weren't paying attention.
Okay, the rotating spin spot, you can just jump to the middle each time instead of waiting on the spinning platforms.
What?
The section right before this one. So on this thing... Oh, we still in the diff again? Apparently...
Oh.
Yeah, Ulysses, I know, you can stand in the middle and
Yeah,
still
but
make
that's
the
not
jump, but
entertaining.
The other two want to stand on the thing, so I just do what...
Okay, line up.
Oh, not that? Oh, okay, well, we'll figure out whatever it is. When climbing it? Oh, okay.
Oh. Oh, I missed the jump. I missed the jump.
No!
Hit the road. I got the road. I got the road. I got the road. Get up here. Okay.
Okay, so... I was standing on it, and then because the swing was so severe, the game just launched me off the platform.
Yeah,
seemed too heavy.
it's very slippery. That's why I was
Like-
saying the dangle is extreme.
The physics goes more towards the chain than anything else. Really weird.
We are ragdolls.
We are Siamese, if you please.
Hey, that's racist.
We are Siamese.
I mean, what else do you
if
call the
don't
cats,
please.
though? Like that type of cat.
It was their
Not the s-
song.
It was a song. Old Disney was a
Yeah,
product
it
of its
was a
time.
fucking 50s Disney,
Yeah.
man.
At least it's not like Aristocats. That
What's wrong with the wrist?
You know, the one Chinese cat that plays the chopsticks with chopsticks
Oh.
and has buck teeth and also like a rice paddy hat. Like, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
You know, I
Reggie doesn't
completely
have
forgot
bad
about that
teeth
cat.
because he's Chinese. He has buck teeth because he's British.
I have bad teeth because I'm both.
Exactly, British.
I'm fucked. I'm Chinese and I'm from Britain. I'm screwed.
I have a fear of the dentist. So I have bad
Yeah, me
teeth
too.
because they judge the fuck out of me.
I.
They're not very kind to people with mental health issues.
Yeah.
And that shit does prevent you from, like, taking care of yourself.
Bye, Renji.
Bye, Renji. I'm
Oh,
trying
bye.
to catch the ledge. Oh, I'm dangling.
So Ulysses is saying we can just like jump to the next middle part. We don't have to climb
I fell.
the platform. So like we should be able to. Oh shit! What the fuck happened to the physics there? Also, bye, Carlos. Yeah. So we don't have to
I
wait for
can't
the
seem
platforms.
to make that,
I can't
that
either.
jump though.
I just did though.
Okay, that doesn't mean anything if 2 out of the 3 can't. Zombie looks
Renji.
so funny.
Help!
I'm trying to pull, but like it's.
I missed again.
You get it?
I keep running into the wall when I try that.
Renji,
Zombie's
You
having a
turn
good
around and
time.
Stop pulling the chain. Why are you fucking standing there?
Because if you're pulling the chain, why do I need to pull the chain?
why you yanking the chain?
Well, don't fall, Zombie. Pulling the chain like I was told.
I would like to admit, as an aside, my homeland is not known for its good teeth. It's in fact known for missing teeth. And I am
Oh.
a trope.
Oh no. Go.
Oh, wait. Okay. Is the timer better? Is there less of a lag that way?
I think so.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Ready?
Bye, Kenny.
Try not to overshoot it, because that's what I did.
I mean, perspective is kind of hard when we're
I get
also
top down.
inside each other.
Yeah. And the camera
Top down.
controls where you're jumping.
Oh dear.
It's just a very
Okay.
slight jump. It's not that far away. It seems like. Oh, I missed my own jump. I missed my own jump. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No! To the work, to the work, to the work, to the work. No!
No.
No!
Grab
Grab
it!
onto anything you can.
Pull me up. Pull me up. Stop it, you're pulling Renji. Ugh. Sweaty.
Increased loss.
Why?
Listen,
How many
old
is
man. Loss happens. We just gotta keep going.
That was so far. Oh my god.
Can we play Splat or something?
I don't have splat.
Let's get you Splat.
No. I can't stream that. Okay.
Alright, ready?
Oh.
Oh, I just walked forward. I didn't even jump. And I like just grabbed the thing.
It didn't grab. They didn't grab. They didn't grab. They didn't grab.
Renji, pull me.
I'm trying.
Okay.
Alright, go and try the rope then, Gremlin, whilst we're here.
What?
Do you want to fall all the way down? Our chain is stuck on the thing.
You You seems to think you can grab this rope from before, so off you go. Go on. Oh, look at that. It's got no collision. Now come back.
I'm pretty sure you can run
Was that a
Oh,
good
yeah,
grumble?
pretty. Oh, look at that. There's no collision, bro. You're so sure.
No collision.
There's no hitbox.
Why do I keep jumping on the thing?
Ah, shit.
Oh, fuck.
Nani?
Pull me.
I am pulling.
I'm underneath.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm trying to like.
There you
Thank
go.
you.
Alrighty.
Don't die.
Hey, there's a rope.
Jump to it.
Jump to your face. Where'd the ladder go?
Oh, it was over in the
Oh,
behind.
I'm on the fire. Ah, what the fuck? I got launched. Okay, this is my life.
Fire.
Oh my god, it's hot in here.
Yep. It is hell.
Oh, I'm in my
Yeah.
room. Jumping.
It is hell. My god. Must you?
Yes. Alright. Hit the... Get the box.
Yep. I was nowhere near the box, but somehow.
Yeah, I was aiming for the stick.
Okay,
actually.
okay, one sec. I need to dry off my hands.
Well, no.
What?
What? Come back.
You
It loves us.
bastard!
Okay.
Oh, it's back.
Dude, it's so hot in here, my toes are sweaty.
Gross.
Me too.
And I don't have socks on. That's how hot it is. That's how nervous I am.
Who wears socks? I never wear socks in my house anymore.
My fiance does. I'm like, why?
Barefoot all the time, man.
Socks are only for when you break a plate.
Socks is prison.
Ulysses almost exclusively wears socks.
Ulysses, why are you wrong? Are you gonna let go?
Yeah. Oh wait,
Oh no.
the car's on the other side. Can we?
Yeah, we just go around.
Oh, okay.
I wonder, can we jump? Oh. What the fuck? Why is the car right here?
Because this is where we left.
Oh, we can actually just jump over the wall. The wall disappeared.
Yeah, because Sophie drove the car. Oh, leave the car on this side? That's probably a good idea, actually. Oh, unless you're trying to drive the car.
They're doing something.
Oh no.
Sophie, what are you doing?
Let me off this ride! Ah. I can't get off.
Oh no.
Oh, God.
Sophie, what are you doing?
Okay.
You want to try
Having
driving the
fun.
car? You
Yeah. I'm gonna try it.
might as well. Then
What
everyone's
the
out of turn.
fuck are these Oops, wrong button.
Yeah,
These
so
controls are janky.
A and D to steer, but like not in a continuous motion. And like when you accelerate, you gain speed like way too fast. So when you need to make a tight turn, you just have to kind of tap it. Oh, and be prepared for this because you never have enough speed for these. Any time I'm always just like. You can always hit E to just get out of the car. We
Why
don't
is
have
it
to stay in the
sliding?
car.
Push the car into it.
Bye, car.
Sayonara.
Sayonara. It's funny that we have enough speed to walk through it.
But the car doesn't, right?
Well, the
Like,
car is a lot longer too.
true. Borderlands 1 PC controls? Yeah, oh my god, I used to hate driving on Borderlands 1.
Oh,
Still better than Cyberpunk driving? Cyberpunk's not that bad as long as you got
It's
a
not
controller.
great.
I've gotten pretty used to it. It's,
I
yeah,
mean,
it's still
you
not the
have
best
like
because-
1,000 hours in the game now, so.
No, I don't. I've probably got like 100 hours. Fucking 1,000 hours.
I know way it's only 100.
Chance out mad shit. It's slippery. Hey, yeah, at least it's not GTA 4 driving. GTA 4 was kind of... Fuck knows what that was. Now do it in first person without a controller. You guys are crazy.
you just sound like a
Crazy.
masochist.
Oh, crazy girl. Crazy. Crazy girl. Crazy.
You want to know what's really crazy? Raven Luxy on my YouTube chat says socks are made to sleep with.
Ah!
What? Oh shit.
I know.
Sleep. Ellipses, are you some sort of monster? Sleeping with socks is nice. Are you crazy? What's wrong with you people? It's not comfy. It's disgustingly
It's
sweaty.
hot.
Yeah.
Why do you hate yourself, Elysius?
Hold on.
It's bad time. See? It's so bad that you're dying.
Don't
Your
say
sis-
something funny while I'm trying to drink. I was already choking. That almost came out of my nose. Ow.
You
Stop
okay?
holding me.
No.
You have to make sure you keep up with us. See? Sophie did it that time.
Okay.
Now I dangle you.
Nope, now I somehow magically float up and Sophie fell.
Well, I'm floating now.
Where am I going? Is this working? Ah!
No!
Why do I keep losing stream? It keeps breaking up my VODs.
What do you mean?
I noticed that last night too.
Did your stream cut out last night as well? Is that
It's
why?
not cutting
like
out.
a couple times.
Like, it doesn't actually do anything. Like, my stream doesn't say dropped or lost connection or anything. But when I go look at my VODs, they're all broken up. The only thing I
that's
see
weird.
is welcome to chat. I wonder if I need to set OBS to extreme priority. Sophie, I'm dangling.
Got you both. No! I wasn't ready. Pull, pull, pull.
Yeah.
Oh no, oh no.
Just go, just go, just go. Pull me up, wash her out.
Does Twitch stay
God
in
dang it.
connection unstable?
Hey, Rampage.
I don't know. I can't see it. I don't usually keep a window open because internet.
No, but like on your OBS or something?
No,
What's OBS
it
say?
literally says nothing. Dropped frames is 0. All right. OBS says nothing. Then the chat's just like, "Welcome to chat," and I'm like, "Excuse me."
Oh yeah, mine like disconnects from chat as well.
It even says that my stream uptime is still 1 hour and 49 minutes.
Well, Biko says that it's stable on their end, so that's fine.
Oh, I didn't see that counter at first.
Literally just saw it as it was.
It's worth
like, one
noting
go.
that chat servers are different from video servers.
Oh dear. Oh no.
Oh,
Don't overcompensate.
Well, it was more that I didn't see the countdown again.
Huh?
Ow, ow.
Wait, swing me, swing me, swing me,
Nope.
swing me.
Nope,
swing-
I'm pulling you.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 no,
Pull
no.
up, pull up,
Oh,
get
no,
up,
no,
get
no,
up there.
I'm pulling you.
Okay. It's okay.
I'm gonna
it's
stop.
okay.
I'm stop moving. I'm not moving.
Please stop moving. Reggie. I'm pulling the wrong chain.
That would explain a lot. Oh shit!
Ah.
Road.
Why can we not get past the marble blocks?
I wish you could like hit a button and be like different chain, you know? Like hit the arrow key or something.
We could have had it worse
No.
because you was like, "Hey, do you want chain in a line or chain in a circle?" And I was like,
Can you imagine if we chained and we were on a circle and we hooked ourselves onto something we couldn't get unstuck from?
I'm just imagining. Could you imagine having 4 people and like chained in a circle?
Take a plank to the face.
A ride left. We weren't fast enough.
Circles are cool. Circles are cool. Circles are the best shape, just so we're all aware. And if you don't agree with me, you're wrong.
It's not like
There's a
Poppy's
teleport to
biased or
highest
anything.
unlocked point
And how does one do that?
on my escape menu.
Ah. It's probably
Not
not
yet,
much
not yet.
further than here, though.
Now.
right?
Not right now.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'm on my camera. Ah,
No!
you jinxed it.
Oh.
Should I test the button?
What button?
I think it's for button.
Oh god. Stop.
Okay, we're just gonna leave the car. Because it didn't want to turn.
I kind of want to see if the car just slowly like slips and falls off the edge by itself. It's kind of doing that.
The chair muncher is coming into the room.
Uh-oh.
Dear Muncher. Wait, who denied the circles?
Beset.
Whoever denied the circles is banned.
Huh? Circles?
What?
What happened? What? Why are we banning people for circles? Oh, she's in my
Circles
lap.
are the best shape, and anyone who disagrees, banned.
I like triangles.
No,
Aw.
circles.
I like sharp edges.
Hexagons and octagons acceptable.
No, they're too
They're
round.
basically circles.
I like sharp edges.
No,
I like cubes because Minecraft.
no.
Ringy, look, a cube.
Minecraft!
A triangle is just a confused circle. In what world?
I like train.
I'm dying.
DM, you're literally that kid. I
Hold
like
on.
turtles.
We gotta put the cat in the basket.
Is it because my name is Circle? Yes, it is.
That's why I was saying, it's not like somebody is biased
I am a
or
little
anything.
bit biased. Ranji.
What? What happened? What happened?
Ranji. Ranji, our ride's coming.
Stop fucking around, you. God.
If I get too warm right now, it triggers the coughing fits.
Oh, that's like my asthma.
Can you get asthma from COVID?
No, I just get asthma in general.
Oh. Every time I've been on COVID, they normally give me an inhaler.
I'm pretty sure though, because of what it does, COVID does.
My lungs are
aggravate
fucked.
A lot of asthmatics. I feel like I
missed.
don't think you can redevelop like asthma, but I feel like I am.
Man, I didn't used to have asthma.
I had asthma when I was a kid, and then my mom put me in like
Sophie.
swimming lessons.
Whoa, look at the frame rate on that thing over there.
Oh, jeez.
Did you see it drop?
Yeah. That's choppy as a fuck.
The best gun. You
Means you won't let me untangle us.
weird shit on my screen.
Oh shit. Wasn't paying attention, I was looking at chat.
Oh no. Oh, okay, no, we're fine. We're fine.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh no.
Back up, back up.
Oh no.
Oh.
We're fine. Fine.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
Yay! We did it! I fell! Why are you guys going slow all of a sudden?
Maybe
Because we're
wait
still
for us,
scared.
right?
I think we should keep using the counter. These are wider.
Alright, ready? 1, 2, 3, go! Go!
Go!
I wasn't ready, I'm scratching my face. Go! I'm out!
No, you fucking...
Gee, pull as hard as you can.
Would be a shame if someone were to fall. Thankfully, I know no one will.
I want the pull work.
Ulysses is being scary. I don't even think there's anything under us to catch us.
Nope.
No.
Not really. That platform over there, you remember when Sophie was like, hey, what's this?
Yeah, we're coming up on the thing that's meant for us to catch.
Oh, shit.
You guys ready for the boing boings?
No.
Don't touch it.
What?
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Straight ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Ready? 3,
Yep.
2, 1, jump. Alright. We have to crisscross, it looks like. So jump
Yeah.
that way, that way, that way. Left, right, left. But like when it's half tilted. Like that.
Okay, well, can we actually use a count? Like, the in-game count and not like...
Okay, no time for counting on the middle ones. Oh, I missed.
Oh, wait,
Grab the
wait.
platform. Okay, I got it. Wait, no! You guys swung me!
No. We got the bones.
God fucking damn it, TM!
Yes.
Fucking... Of course you redeemed that at the most fucking stressful part.
I gotta wipe the sweat off my hands. Hold on. What?
Oh my god,
what?
guys, look at that! We did so good getting back up here. Good job.
What? How did?
Okay, we need to be faster when we're moving. Like, as soon as we land, we need to be... Because
Like,
by the
get
time we
ready
got
to
The
to
3, 2, 1 means don't stop.
Like, by the time we got to the middle one, we were fucked.
Oh no!
I missed the jump. I missed the jump.
Oh no!
I missed the
Oh
jump.
no! No!
Hey.
Let us go back up that other way. How did we teleport before? Let's do that again.
You know.
Wait, really? How does that work?
I think
You
I need
as
to
a
go
bun.
take something real quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go sort out your cough.
Oh boy.
Jesus. This game. Right. I'm gonna be back. I need to turn on the light real quick because I need to be able to see what we're doing.
You don't have the light of the screen? Just making you get that nice bleach glow? Ooh. Stretch.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
This game
Wait. Gotta increase by 2, I think.
increased by 2. What? Oh, right. The
Ooh.
4 counter. Right.
You has easier difficulty set, so we have a teleport to highest achieved point option.
Yep.
Nice.
See, when I watched Minerva play this, they were originally playing on normal, so they had nothing. They didn't have
That's
any
terrible.
checkpoints. There was no checkpoints. There was no teleport. Every time they fell, they literally had to do it again. Oh crap! Hydrate and stretch. I didn't realize. Must have come in afterwards.
While
Thank
you were turning your light
Mastermind.
on.
Oh, stretch is good.
Hello.
Hello.
I am no
Hello.
longer dying. Maybe.
Well, that's good.
That is good.
Unfortunately, the medicine that I take for the coughing is makes me very nauseous.
Uh-oh.
Wow. Uh-oh. Oh. I just saw the frame rate on that windmill down there. It is...
Yeah, they
Oh no.
are
Oh.
slideshows.
Look at the frame rate on that spinning thing. Oh, you guys stop too long.
No, I think in the middle, like you can wait a cycle, like until almost the next one. Oh, you kept swinging. I could have saved it. So when we land it in the middle and it rotates a little bit, I think we can wait for the last one to get a little closer to the middle, like for the next one, because the one that we want to get, we're too slow. We're always too slow for that.
Oh, I
There's
see.
no way of getting that one.
I thought it was spinning the other way, I think.
Oh shit.
I missed. Catch it.
God.
Wait.
No.
Ah.
No. Click the button. The save us button.
The save us button. I will only use it if you say it. Help me in Spanish.
I don't know how to say. I don't know how
Ayúdame.
to say cat in Spanish.
Ayúdame.
El
do
gato
actually know.
muy gordito.
El gato? That's the thingy I use.
Oh no, wait, ignore that timer.
Yep. Yeah, no. Tina and Yen taught me how to say help
Go.
me in Spanish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice. What is that?
Button.
Oh.
Make
Oh
for the
no,
stairs.
is it timed?
I don't know. But run. Just
No,
go,
wait,
just go.
wait. Let it reset then. It sounds like
Yeah,
it's
let's see what it
timed.
does first.
I don't know if that resets it though.
Let's see what it does first. Oh.
Oh, it does.
Yep, it will.
Okay, as fast as possible.
Do we all know
Go.
our sprint button?
Yep. Yep.
Try not to hit the ledge and climb.
You guys are pulling me. I can't jump.
We're gonna die. We're gonna die. Somebody get up there. Somebody get up there! Somebody!
It's cool.
Who are you? Are you sure you're recovered?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just my lungs get fucked up when I get too warm. Like I said, it was really fucking hot in here. I opened the door so it's cooling down some.
We can swap to something. or like we could just do it, just chatting if like it's better for you.
No, I'm fine. We made progress. We're not stopping now. Go. Why didn't you go?
Because you didn't do the timer.
Also, you can't just say go.
You can't just say go. You gotta be like ready go at least. Come on. Come on.
Ready, go. Ready, go.
Don't forget there is lag between when you say
Guys,
no,
it's an elevator.
Benji,
What? What? Okay, I'm just standing still now. Gremlin's the one doing it.
But spinnies. Where'd the elevator go?
It
We didn't
went.
even
without
touch it.
us.
It went.
Left without us.
Softly squeeze.
Sophie Screes indeed. I like that you can put anything that starts with an S after my name and it works.
We shall try our best to make sure that Gremlin takes care of their lungs, Chris.
Please don't die on us, you.
What?
Please
Yeah,
don't die.
die.
Cannot
only
save
progress.
multiple press. Alright. Oh, that way. I have seen nothing beyond this point.
This way? This looks,
Looks
like
like
the way.
it. Are we in Skyrim?
Posture check. I promise I am sitting up straight.
I am also
I
sitting up
really
straight.
don't think I need a posture check, Redeem. I sit properly.
I did
I
it.
don't.
Swimming?
Looks like it.
Who thought there'd be a pool in hell?
Oh, this is refreshing. Oh, really? This will
Right.
be fun. Uh-oh.
What? Uh-oh.
Unless you said, oh, really? This will be fun.
The people who know, does this not look like Skyrim? You know, the
I was
like,
immediately
Draugr-
thinking of Draugr.
Yeah, like it looks like a Draugr
Where are we going?
place, right?
That's a
Lenny?
great question.
Lenny?
So you can dive, though I don't know the button. Oh. Okay. Apparently we can dive.
Is it the jump button?
Oh, looks like you just point your camera.
Oh. We don't drown, do
It's
we?
like
Well, we
it's
don't
just like
breathe.
Super Mario
so-
style.
My cat's in my lap again.
Oh, I'm
That's
jealous.
good.
Oh, Jesus. I guess not
Daisy.
Jesus. Oh, Satan.
Jesus. Jesus.
Meow. Meow. You know, it'd be funny. I'm pretty sure I have a redeem where I can only communicate in gremlin noises.
Isn't that how you always communicate?
No, I mean
I just thought I
strictly
was-
noises.
I thought I was fluent in Gremlin. Might be.
You gonna
Chris
meow into the
asked-
microphone?
Chris asked if you can pet the cat.
If you can pet the cat?
Yes, you, because you have cat in lap.
You want me to
can
pet
the
it?
cat. Yes. Chris would like you to do this. Yes.
Can you hear her?
No.
But I have noticed, sometimes stream will pick up what Discord does not.
Guys, there's wings over there.
Did you guys hear the kitty purrs?
No. Guys, there's
I
wings
hope
over
the
there.
stream did. Wings?
Yeah, look, turn
Heard
around.
some? Yay! She's very
You see
snuggly.
it? They're rotating like
Ow,
there's
and
wings over
pointy.
there.
Ow, get your
Let's go
claw
get
out of me.
Hold on, I gotta pull.
Yeah.
Where are we?
Okay.
What are we doing? Ah, she's back.
We're stealing his
Wings!
1 out of 10 found.
Ooh,
What?
running them.
There's been collectibles this whole time?
Oh man, we have to start over.
No.
Yeah, I'm with Sophie on that. You can fuck right off. I'm not going from the beginning.
It's fun though. We're at a new place
Hello.
and it looks cool. Oh, another button. That's nice. What does it do? Oh, we have to go push the buttons. Oh, do we have to activate them in a sequence?
Can't.
We can't
we
even
can't
get
get
up
up
there. How
there.
did you even?
I
How
jumped.
did you even?
I'm dangling.
What
I
do you
can't do
mean?
shit. I'm dangling.
I jumped.
I'm jumping as well. Like I don't know how you just did that.
Well, now I can't get back up there. Come on, there's buttons over here.
Here we go.
Sophie, that's not the button.
And now we're dangling.
Sophie's going the hard way to the button. Up.
Oh, shot.
Chain made me miss.
Yep.
Renji,
I was climbing back up.
I will pull me back. Pull me up. Pull me up.
I'm trying.
A kitty engine. Can I make
Count
that? I can.
Or don't count. Or don't count. That's fine. Yeah.
I was
I'll
just
just dangle
testing to see
here.
if I could make the jump. I fell. I pushed all the buttons and the doors open. You're welcome.
You mean
dangle
we
here.
pushed all the buttons?
No, I'm pretty sure I pushed the buttons.
I pushed the first
Dangle in
one.
here. No. No.
Alright.
Oh gosh.
Oh,
Remember
shit.
the single file thing? We move as
ready?
one. Ready to jump. In
Hit the.
3, 2, 1, go! Okay. Line up.
You're too far.
Okay, go, 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 go! Dip. And this way. Okay, hold on.
Where's
Go,
the...
go, 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 go.
Okay. Are you
Renji,
sure?
Renji, 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 Renji. Ah! Ah!
We could have made that.
Renji, you went too soon. You gotta wait
No, I
and see
didn't.
seven first.
It already moved. We were good.
We weren't good. Obviously,
You guys
we weren't
took too
good.
long. That was you
No,
guys. I was already
went
past it.
fast.
I was already past
You
it.
went past it. Only one past it. Ooh. Ooh. No. No. Maybe.
Maybe.
No. You. No.
Renji, quit spinning Sophie like a top. Sophie is goo, not a top.
Who talk?
No.
Up.
Okay, wait.
Sophie,
wait,
scoot
wait,
over.
wait.
Go.
Now go. Let it stab first. Okay, now go. Now go.
Stairway to heaven?
Still here.
Oh.
Resilience than I anticipated.
You okay, Renji?
But don't
Yeah.
harbor any illusion.
Do you need a hug?
That was
I can pull your
No.
chain. Or I can't. Well, Sophie can.
Waste some time before
Ugh.
realizing
I was actually more focused on making that because
it starts now.
I don't want to fall again. Cats?
This one always makes me think we're okay there at least.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
A laser.
Oh dear.
Oh.
So we got lasers, we got spikes, we got.
Spinning
God.
platform.
Where are we
so
going?
We need...
Oh, we need to go left, it looks like.
Okay.
No. We
Right.
can,
I mean
but-
right. I
It
meant
looks
right.
like there's. Yeah, yeah.
I'm directionally challenged.
Yes, I know
My
that.
robot arm was supposed to be the other arm, but it's on the arm that it is. Fun fact.
I don't. Oh no. Okay. Okay.
Okay,
get
laser.
ready.
Jump. I hit the laser.
Ah.
I'm sorry.
Whoa.
What are we
whoa.
standing on?
Okay.
Maybe
How do we
thingy will
save
come
ourselves
around.
from here?
Do you think we could jump from one of these spikes to the... Oh, wait, you. Can you see behind you? Like, to your right? Can you see that? Do you think we
The
can make it to that?
statue?
No. Turn to your left a little more. Okay.
You're the left. Wait.
Literally did not turn in
Oh.
any of the...
I was looking down. I maybe, but I also can't see
That
because
looks
the
pretty
column's
far.
in the way.
That looks pretty far.
It does look pretty far.
I feel
We
like we've
can
got a
always-
better chance trying to jump to a spinning cage platform. They're a little closer. Oh, or that.
Or there's that button. I like that button. I like that button a lot.
That button saves
Alright.
friendships.
Ready?
It does.
Go.
Okay, get ready.
Go.
Go.
Okay. And jump.
Jump.
Okay, I almost hit
We
it
missed the
still.
other side.
I think we need
it's
to. Oh,
Can
we're
we
supposed to
get
catch
Matt?
over there.
Wait.
I mean, I don't see why you would want to be over here.
that way?
To see. That's just
That's
how to
it.
get over here.
I think this is just
Maybe
to
we can
catch
ride it
when
and
you
catch
fall.
that one rotating over there. So ride this one. We just have to watch the lasers.
3, 2, 1, go!
Well, what was that? Jump!
Whoa,
Oh,
because
shit.
it didn't seem like
We
either
good.
of you were like ready yet.
You guys don't seem ready, so let's just go, says Renji.
Jump!
Well,
Oh.
you know.
Okay,
Okay, we missed it.
the platform's coming. Ready? Go! Why did you go? I'm up here.
How am I the only one that didn't make it?
I think
I
'cause you're in the
can't
middle.
grab
I think
the rope.
weird way the
I can't
physics
grab the
work.
chain.
Oh,
Oh god.
shit.
Oh god.
Okay, the
oh
weird
god.
physics
oh
now
god.
just sent me
oh
off
god.
the edge.
Oh god. Oh
And
god.
you're
oh
gonna
god.
get fucked.
Ah! Oh, there was.
The save me button!
Did you guys know that there was a laser on this one? I didn't. I didn't know there
we
was a
know
laser
now.
there. Okay.
Okay, okay.
We could probably catch it here. Go. Oh yeah, that was better. Laser.
I
Yep.
think we need to laser and then like
Ah.
that might be
Oh,
just.
sorry, that was on me.
I think there's
take-
just enough time to jump the laser and then jump again. But it's a
I think
pretty tight
so.
window.
Okay. Go. Jump. And ah,
nearly had
missed it. Oh no, you chained together. Yeah. Yeah.
We'll figure this out. We got this.
Oh no, Marachi, that's. I mean, free water now though, right? I know you just watered your plants, but. Sorry. That was my
Stop
bad.
talking to chat at a crucial point.
It's not fucking the talking to chat. And how many times you fucked up? You shut the fuck up.
Yeah, not from talking to chat. That's because I'm stupid, not because I'm not paying attention. It's a difference. You can't fix one of those.
No, okay.
I don't think we can make that one.
We need. If we. Again, the window's super tight, so we need to be way faster than that, and I don't think we have.
Well, this looked like
coordination
it
to do it.
suck. Ah, see, now I was watching chat.
Yep. See, we don't even have the coordination to do this.
Guys, I'm gonna have to jump if you don't get up here.
How are we
God.
supposed to get up here if you're not pulling us?
Oh, I'm good. I'm gonna jump on this platform. Wait, no, elevator. Okay. You're stuck in the rock. Okay. I got it. When did you get up
Pull me
here?
up.
What are you doing?
How am I supposed to
You
get up
silly
when no one's
goose?
fucking pulling me up? Shut the fuck
Yo,
up.
you came in clutch though. See, they gets it.
They's your friend. They would say anything to make you feel better.
You're supposed to be my friend.
Supposed to be, but right now I'm not.
That hurts my feelings.
Nah, that's too far away.
Okay.
There has to be a window that we can make it.
Bye, you. I know.
What the fuck? Where are we? I sort of told you to pull them up with E, going for a squirrel. E, wee, 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 wee. half the time it doesn't let me pull them up. I try.
Yeah,
I promise. I'm
barely
trying to
ever
pull
lets
them
us
up.
click the thing. It's rude. It's real rude.
It will only
guess we
let
gotta-
you if that E pops up of their head. And I can only pull Safi. Man, now would be a good time for that intense music I used to have. But I got copyrighted strike on YouTube.
Yeah.
Wait, did somebody grab it?
Nope.
No.
You have to look at them and make the ish. Literally, it doesn't pop up every time. Especially if they're dangling.
Oh, I was looking the wrong way.
Safi.
Bye, Renji.
Pull Renji up. Pull Renji up. Pull Renji
I
up.
can't.
Ah! I'm still here. I don't know how that happened. Pull Renji up.
Renji, stop swinging. Renji, quit swinging.
I'm not pushing any buttons.
Laser. I'm still here.
Turn to get Renji because of the spinning.
Laser. Okay. Run for it. Safi!
I couldn't camera.
I have no idea how we survived that so many times of hitting the laser. It was pretty interesting. Gotta say. Fascinating, even.
Yeah.
Grab it!
Someone.
Grab it! Pull me up!
Okay.
Pull me up.
Stop
Pull me up.
swinging.
I'm not swinging. Laser!
Shit. Laser.
Oh, okay.
Alright, let's just
And we
go
need to get
around.
to those rocks over there.
Yeah, so it's coming up.
Or does it want us to jump on that platform?
Jump up to this platform here.
Okay, go. Safi, how do you hit the pole that we usually clip through?
I don't know. I'm the only one that
It's the game
collides with
jam.
it.
Sometimes it's got physics and sometimes it doesn't. Alright, let's get off. Fuck off.
Alright, nice. If we can just get a little bit above, then we'll have a new checkpoint. This has a jump on it, just so you know.
Oh no.
Okay. Renji?
Renji, a little closer.
Oh, that was a little too far.
Oh shit!
Get me off!
I did. Every other time we've never been able to fucking push each other off, and now all of a sudden it works. Fuck this game. Fuck this game.
If you want to switch, I still have Lethal Company installed. Safi. Oh, Renji. We weren't ready.
We're never ready.
Laser. I hit the laser, sorry. We've done this for almost 2.5 hours. You guys want to switch?
Wait.
Grumpy old man.
Wait, why's my buttons not working? Oh, it does work. Okay.
Do we want to try lethal?
No.
Yeah. At least we made it through this part at least once, though. Like,
It's possible. Huh, I missed.
no, I
Somebody
also
grab it.
missed. Renji, help me.
I'm trying.
Oh, the
but
spin on the
it's-
platforms is what's the real problem here.
Oh,
Ah, Hey, that got me up actually.
I'm not moving. I'm not moving.
It's why can't I spin my camera?
Huh, I'm up. Alright.
Okay. Go.
Oof.
We got this.
I feel like once you get through a part a couple of times, it suddenly becomes easy. Because you're on a different
Also,
troublesome part.
Whilst I never acknowledged it, I'm really glad I'm not playing with someone like Nogla. Because if I had someone do it,
Jasper, no.
Nogla,
No!
Nogla, I'd probably fucking kill him. I would manifest through the microphone or the screen and fucking kill him.
Cool.
In Minecraft.
Nope.
That's okay.
Pull me up, Sophie. Sophie, pull me up.
I can't.
Oh shit. Okay.
The chain is
I can't.
nerfing Sophie.
It really is.
It was wrapped around the
Landed on
log.
this, though? It was.
Dang it. If only we could get to the platform.
Why isn't that like a foot higher?
It needs to be a space that it can drop us on is the problem.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, I forgot the jump. Oh, I missed it.
It's okay. If I can just keep us on this platform until
I can
we
swing
can jump,
myself. Oh.
we should be good.
Oh. Oh.
I got you.
Yeah.
Benji, you want to lead this one?
Okay.
Yeah, but
My God. Why?
the camera control is not my friend.
See, when you do shit like that, it's funny and lethal, and this is just pain and suffering.
It's funny when what? When I'm by myself? Is that what you mean?
When you fuck up the parkour in Lethal Company, it's funny. When you fuck it up in this, you just caused me, like, to lose another 5 years of my life.
Ugh! You guys notice how big these skulls are? Everybody's cranky.
Okay.
Everybody is cranky.
I'm not cranky.
I was having such a good day.
I offered to switch games.
I accepted that offer. It's fine.
I
it's
thought
fine.
everybody said no.
I said yeah.
Oh, God. My child is being obnoxious.
Hugs. Hug. Hug. I'm gonna sip coffee.
Yeah, I need to drink some water.
I think we should go back to that cozy little shack where we all had a bowl and we could poop in
I
the
agree.
vases.
It's better than
There
being
was a
on
bed.
the ground. There was a bed.
No
We don't
skulls.
have beds on the ground.
There was a fire. We could have kept warm. The
I miss the
hotel, and I'm
janky
pretty sure
bar.
it's already hot here. Oh, I added some $10 emotes for 5 on my coffee, guys. If you if you are a small streamer or a new affiliate and you don't have emotes, I can make you some for cheap. using that one person's bases. It's in my coffee shop. They look like my emotes.
no.
Ah! How far is down?
I'm kind of curious. Oh, that far.
I'm pulling.
You're hitting my head on a rock is what you're doing.
Oh, that sounded gross.
What, the burp or?
Yeah, the burp sounded. You know, like one of those burps where someone does it and you're like, oh, I think they threw up a little bit.
Ew.
No, that was earlier.
Blech.
It sounded like, you know, not good.
There are many kinds of burps.
Yes, there are many kinds of farts.
Beware the shart.
Yep.
Shadowheart.
Don't push too hard.
Since when do we make potty jokes? Ah, I forgot about the jump over there!
You, that was a really cute voice.
And we're good.
We're almost to a checkpoint.
I think we are at the checkpoint. Oh. Does this thing not make people think of pizza pans?
A little, yeah.
I don't know. I
My
think
dog.
more of like
I
a
fell
grill pot,
down.
You know, like a barbecue.
You guys wanna go swimming? Swimming's nice.
Wings! Not wings. Never mind. I thought it was wings. It was alive.
Can I just stay here and drown?
Yeah.
I mean, you can stay here, but you won't drown.
I want to drown. Please.
Sewer grate looking grill
Just let me
space.
die.
See, at least easier than me. It's like a grill. Only in
I'm
the
telling
game.
you, we could switch games, Renji.
I would not be opposed
You're
to
doing
it
that thing where
personally.
you're not enjoying it and then forcing yourself to play anyway.
I don't know what you were saying, because Ulysses wanted to PTSD me with the Sonic King drowning music, and it's like it drowns everything out.
I
And
said
not intended.
we could switch games, Renji. You're doing that thing where you're forcing yourself to play a game you're not enjoying.
But I played Lethal yesterday.
For like 10
didn't.
minutes and you
I
weren't
haven't played
live.
Lethal Company since the last time I played Lethal Company.
And you were here
I
for
mean-
20 minutes.
I mean, if you want to get scared, Sophie, I suppose.
Yeah, it would be so funny to watch Sophie get scared.
At least it feels like progress.
Okay, well, one last time.
Okay. Do you want me to go to the teleport?
To the top.
Oh, no, I meant one last time round the thing.
What?
To fuck up Sophie's camera.
Oh.
That was it.
Oh. I think there's one over there.
Yeah, there is.
Sophie, does that spin your camera crazy like that too?
Sometimes.
It doesn't give you motion sickness, does it?
No, it's a third-person game. Those don't
Okay.
tend to.
Aki, that's how I know apparently we're not friends, because you want to subject me to the torture that is League of Legends.
Whee! Oh, there it goes. Doing some stuff. Oh, sometimes I end up inside of my person. Yeah, like that.
Whoa, look how fast. It's like you're in a centrifuge. We're separating your
Whoa.
blood cells from your plasma. Rindy, are
Sophie's
you
now
spinning?
and no. I'm now on the opposite side. Okay, it's fixed itself. Alright.
It's so funny though. Rindy, walk the other way.
Whee! Whee!
Somebody clipped Sophie spinning.
That's if you're not getting motion sick yourself.
There goes my blood.
Did you
Oh
explode?
no, I'm in an ad break.
Oh, I was in an ad break.
I was not. Okay.
Alright. Let me save and exit in case we decide to return one day. Can't save progression. Why the fuck not? Respawning. Oh, Renji just
Son
dipped.
of a.
I can't
Yeah.
save progression.
Wait, there's more. There's more lasers with 2 people.
Huh?
Yay.
There's more laser.
What the fuck? They added an extra laser. I think it's because Renji left, so there's less people. Or, yeah, so it's meant to be harder. Oh, Sophie, I fell.
What did you miss, Kenny? You missed lots of pain and suffering, and
Spinning.
that's why we're playing something else now.
Okay.
周りの仲間たちが
Bum 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 bum.
Neat.
Fatal error. Okay.
You
That's
missed
a
the
coding
degradation
error.
of sanity. Yes. There you go. Perfect.
Well, we are playing the Hell game, so.
Hell game? Lethal
figured-
Company
Look
is
at
not that
this.
bad.
This is neat.
Where are you at?
You. Look at me.
What do you mean? Sophie,
It
we're
broke.
gone.
Oh. I guess so. Well, fine. I'm gonna switch screens while I switch games. Actually, I kind of need a bathroom break too, so
Go ahead.
I'm a
It'll take a
BRB.
minute to set up.
Okay, let my mouse leave the screen. Okay, I'm gonna hit my BRB screen.
Oh, Minerva, yeah, you did. You just missed it. We just switched off because we got stuck.
Oh,
Yeah, we got stuck. It was not fun anymore.
Renji!
I thought
Renji!
you- Oh god, you're so fucking loud.
Renji! Great asses. Great ass. 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 Not you. It's inappropriate. Sorry, brother. Does that make it worse? You sort yourself out.
You wanna get fired?
You can't fire me. I own the room.
Who's HR today? We don't have HR.
Huh?
Ulysses was asking who's HR today. There is no HR.
It's H, Renji. HR. I'm picky nose.
You don't get
I'm
to
picky
decide
nose.
because you
I'm
are
picky
only
nose.
VIP
You
employee.
can pick your friends and you can pick your nose, but you can also pick your friend's nose. Come here, let me pick your nose. Naked. I can't store the clothes.
How are you today, Minerva? I hope you're well.
Hi, Minerva. Did you get a new model? Last time I popped into your stream, you look different.
Depends on what stream it was.
It was a maid stream? Maid collab stream?
Oh, so chained together? Yeah, that was a different one.
I've seen that model with pink hair before.
Have you seen Minerva's like human model?
human
That's
model?
real trippy. Yeah.
Like without the
When I was
horns?
just literally just like a regular ass person.
No.
It's so trippy because like, don't we get used to seeing a person's model?
I was watching
now
my
it's just, like,
clips.
absolute shock.
I was watching my clips yesterday, and I found like the RAM clips, and I was looking at them, and I'm like, oh, I still love that model.
Oh, you mean the free one?
Yeah. Well, it was not free. Like
Okay,
$30.
well, the other one.
A pre-made one, yeah.
Let's see. Minerva's day was good. Cleaned the house with 2 Siamese cats and 3 dogs.
What
and the
is this
cats let
doing
you
to your
pet them.
mic? Why do you sound like that?
Probably because you're away from where my face is.
No, it's
And then
like
next
super
house had
quiet.
2 dogs. Oh.
Click.
Do you need another invite?
Hold on. I got some version 5.5 stuff. Ah, shoot. Wrong button. It's Shift Tab.
Dang.
I wish we could have gotten the mods to work, like the one where it picks up our voices and mimics us. That would have been fun.
Minerva says they've got like 5 models that they haven't rotated in. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
it is a fun mod. I technically had 2 models when I was doing my temporary one, but I didn't like how the other one would move because the way it was rigged, you can tell that it was a half body when I turned my head. Because it would tilt the body up so far, and I would basically be a shoulder instead of a half body. Welcome!
Should I mute Discord on this? On the everywhere,
Turn the
or-
volume of Discord all the way down so your reactive still reacts.
I don't know that I heard Sophie say anything in the game.
Make sure the game knows which mic you're using. Game category, thank you.
I love that Alexis put basically the same thing in 2 chats.
And now we
It's
take
like-
this and... Working for the company. I'm gonna put Cthulhu Daddy.
I mean, great.
Hello, Sophie?
Sophie? I'm just gonna go quickly turn Discord up again.
Is it not liking your mic?
And I don't know what. Wait, hold on. Where's that thing I had earlier?
Being difficult again?
It's being difficult again, yeah.
Is it set to the right mic in your... Oh, your privacy settings? Do you let the game use it?
Yeah. Oh, where'd they go? Microphone privacy settings. It says it's currently in use.
Do you have your input sensitivity enough? Do you have it set to voice activation and not a button?
It is set.
Oh, there you
It
go.
is set to. Okay. I guess it just won't look at the privacy settings.
Whoop.
Oh. Yeah, because I can hear you now.
Or I needed to hit the confirm changes. That's a possibility.
Alright.
Okay. We open. So,
I'm sure Renji's goal is to get the car.
let me reset
Oh.
all those. We had at least 11 falls.
At least 11 falls.
Why am I
I
so
think
short?
it was more than that though. Bigger crowd.
Am I baby?
Somebody clip that, please. Somebody clip that. Oh my gosh.
Sorry.
Yeah, one of you needs to change your game category, apparently.
It's me, I think.
Do we want to go to the eclipse moon, or do we want to start baby and go to Val where we get lost?
I get lost regardless.
Let's go to experiment. Okay, this is super close to the entrance. You just have to be really quiet right away. Eclipsed means it pops off right away.
Okay, I turned up the game volume, everybody, so you guys should be able to hear everybody like better.
I might need to turn up my game audio in this. Oh yeah, it's down. That's why everything's so quiet sounding. Okay, ready?
Neat.
Yet.
Neat.
I mean, you
We're
got
getting
rid
started.
of the cabinet again, but okay.
Ew. That sounded painful.
Nah, that one sounded normal.
Yeah, that was normal.
Shh. I'm gonna get us some flashlights.
Did you guys know there's a gremlin in here?
Oh, we can't afford 3. We're gonna have to get the janky ones. Okay. What's the map look like? Oh my god, there's something in front of us. Or no, it's back
I'm
there.
already scared.
Are they dead already? Are they dead already? They didn't die, did they? Oh my god. You see that fucking worm? Holy shit. I got a fish. And there's already goo down there. Oh, that's not the flashlight. I think I have to go to the emergency exit because this thing is on top already. Oh, what the fuck? Who? What? Nani? Guys? Did you die? Hello? Can't see anything. Are they dead? Off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz, because of the wonderful things he does. Not explode. Okay. Not going that way. Oh, another fish. Oh, bottles. Alright. Alright, we can do it. It's fine. Shh, chat. Quiet. It's fine. We're fine. They're dead, aren't they? They're definitely dead. the worm ate them, didn't it? Sophie?
Don't come over here, there's a dog. He's scary. And I don't think he can He's angry. It's okay though, I think I got the way cleared for you. That's what the ship cam is for? Yeah. Up there he is. New creature data. You can try your best, dog. Oh no! He's running off somewhere! I think I pissed him off.
Sophie.
I need to like... I hear it.
Okay.
Oh, he's like,
Where are you?
Yeah, I'm stuck.
You're stuck?
I'm stuck.
Is Renji dead?
I don't know. I'm pinned.
Oh, Renji got ate, didn't he?
Dog's running at me.
Where are you stuck?
I'm on top of the thing. Where are you?
Huh?
Where's my flashlight?
Okay, I gotta stop talking now.
What?
Ooh.
I really pissed this dog off. And look at him down there. He is angry. Oh. Oh.
Okay, Sophie, listen. I'm gonna let the doors open, and I'm gonna go to the front. When you hear the doors open, you need to run to the ship, okay? I'm gonna go scream at the other end and try to lure it that way, okay?
What?
Is it working?
Is there fall damage? Okay, I'm gonna jump for it. No!
Oh. You're dead. 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 Are we leaving? Okay. Dang, what killed Sophie? How am I injured? Nothing touched me. Most am paranoid.
On my screen.
What happened?
How wasn't I was the laziest?
I was waiting for Sophie and I got by the worm.
Dude, I looked down at you guys and the worm launched in front of my face just as I had looked over the edge. And I was like, oh! That was terrifying.
I was
Oh,
gonna
my
leave,
flashlight.
and then Sophie was like, oh.
Sophie is
where
the only
everybody?
reason
There's
that
a
I'm
thing."
alive.
I literally turned around to wait for Sophie and then I died.
Yeah, you shouldn't have done that. No, I was trying to distract it.
Sophie's sacrificing
keep it-
themselves.
I do.
Okay. Let's see what we got. Whoops. Experimentation's still
flashlight, though.
eclipsed. Let's go assurance.
Man, why was that dog right there though?
It's
Because
eclipsed.
you decided to put us on a fucked up planet.
I don't know how to find Val's building. Also, I don't think offend is on here anymore. Oh no, it's on the third moons. Oh wait, do I not know assurance or do I not know? Let's go with offense instead.
Yes to fall damage. Okay.
What? Fall damage? Yeah. If you're high enough. Did you fall? Or did that
jumped
thing
and
push
the
you?
dog ate me. I was up on top of that water tower.
How did you get up
keeping it
there?
Distracted because I climbed a ladder.
Oh.
And then I yelled at it, and it came, and then it just kept running at the ladder, so there was no way I could get down.
Bye, Aki.
Sleep well.
Sweet dreams.
Bye!
Dream of worm dogs.
Worm dogs. I had a dream that I was chased by a spider that was the size of a car. Or no, bigger than a car. And it was like the dogs in this game. Like the way the mechanic of it worked. It would chase me, and then I would try to like trick it, but every time I would come back out of the building through a loading screen. I don't know why my dream had a loading screen. It would continue to chase me again. Renji, I was telling a story. Why did you run away?
I can still hear your story.
But yeah, I didn't like the spider, so I woke up. I like forced myself awake. I have a special talent that if I don't like my dream, I simply opt out of it.
You're gonna have to mouse and or controller and keyboard this. I can't.
It is a
turn
nice
now.
superpower. I've got the story time coming out on TikTok.
What's the run button on controller?
Shift.
What's the run button on controller?
Oh, no, Marachi.
Nobody uses controller.
Nobody uses WASD.
No, everybody uses WASD.
Everyone does, yeah.
No, hate WASD.
I don't think I had a dream last night, to be fair.
Oh, this wasn't last night. This was between my streams yesterday. I found a thing. Safi walked right on top of it. Too bad that Safi doesn't get the credit for it.
It's dark in there.
Well, yeah, you have a flashlight, don't you? Oh no, you died. Here. Here. Oh, it's too dark in this. Don't let it... Don't hold it on like that. That one dies fast.
Saw a red light.
Okay over there?
Don't like it. I know. No, I'm scared.
You saw a red light.
Going back here.
Found some stuff.
Where'd you see a red light?
That's mine now.
Oh, that. Okay. That's just a mine. You just don't have to step on it. Is this a storage room? Oh, nice. Guess who gets to go back to the safety of the ship, guys? I can't see. Aw, shit. Where's the mine? Mine, you can beep now. Oh shit, I can't see. I have a problem. Well, that's a big problem, actually. Crouch. Okay, there was the mine. Was it this hallway? Yes. Okay, and then... where's the door? Ah, shit. I'm gonna get eaten by slime. There's that door. Did Safi close the door? No. Is there 2 slimes? Oh, man. This game hates me. I did it. Somebody tell Renji I successfully parkoured. I need you to back me up now, Chad. He's not gonna believe me. He's not gonna believe me, so you have to back me up. Tell him right now whatever I say is true. That you witnessed it. I can't run. 26 pounds is... Don't... Ulysses, you saw it happen. Don't be a liar. Where am I? This is the building. I'm gonna go that way. Saw multiple things happen for sure. Yeah, like me navigating the darkness like a pro. Not stepping on the mine. Not stepping in the goo. What is that? Those leaves look like a thing. Boyd. I can't fucking run, mate. Ah, the buttons click.
Been on the screen for a little while. 319.
You guys will never believe this, but it happened. It happened all right. I parkoured successfully. I parkoured and I brought
Didn't
stuff.
happen, bro. Why'd the light go out?
Good question.
Didn't
251.
happen, bro.
329. Jesus. That's a lot of stuff.
This is what
can never
happens when you all
find
stop
them.
being chained together.
Those are all true. Not in my chat. In his chat. God.
What? What you saying?
Let's go.
I'm trying to find redemption rewards, and I lost them.
We
again.
have one more moon to go to. Do we want to go to a fun moon?
Define fun.
You know what I
Your
mean
sense of
by fun.
is fucked up.
You know what I mean by fun. He sees all
Is it
chat.
not bad enough you already got?
He's like a chat god.
Yeah, I do see all chats. But I
Is it
choose
bad
to
enough
ignore
what?
certain messages. Isn't it bad Sophie killed on the first moon?
No.
There we go. Refunded.
300. Well, good news for you, crybaby. There is no eclipse moons.
There.
Out of
Bye,
bounds.
baby. You call me all
When
these
did you with your
names,
kwa,
but you
baby? You
fucking
kwa,
would-
baby. You want your
won't play any of
baba.
this shit by
You
yourself.
want your baba.
You try.
If I wasn't here, you wouldn't be playing any of this shit.
Okay, it's just not working.
Yeah, because I need somebody to be scared for me.
I'm not
So
even
I'm not scared. That's what Sophie's for.
Yep. I have one job. Be scared.
If literally, if somebody else is panicking around me, I'm totally chill. I almost got ran off the road on an icy day by somebody trying to wedge between me and a diesel because they wanted to draft the diesel.
Oh no.
Yeah, and there was not enough room for their car, so I had to slow down on an icy road. Like, it had rained and then froze over. And I almost lost control of my car. The person with me panicked, and I was fine. Which is ironic, because I have anxiety. I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. I mean, that's not what I meant. I'll go the other way. I choke. Is this locked? It is locked. There's a key in the thing. Adrenaline is a hell of a drug. It doesn't do anything for me unless somebody else is panicking first. Na 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 na. Oh, the key is on me. I didn't drop the key. Why didn't you guys say anything? You thought you could not be open today, door, but I'm gonna open you. Hello? They better give me stuff. Ain't a damn thing in here. For some reason I thought I could take the stool. Didn't it say to use the stool when I came in? I'm pretty sure it said stool. What the fuck? Why do they even lock that? This is bullshit.
Hopefully I don't take one of those things to the face. Oh no.
Look at all. I need to figure out how to set up a TTS. Oh my god, it's dark as fuck in here.
Yeah, guess who's only got flashlight? Only you.
I don't have the flashlight. Safi has a flashlight.
No, they said they don't have a flashlight.
Safi, why don't you have the flashlight that I dropped for you? It was in your hand. I saw it because I told you it's gonna die if you leave it on.
Hey, yo, come. Follow my voice. There's a flask in here.
I don't need to follow your voice. I don't know where I am. Oh, there's stuff up here.
There you go, nice. I'm full, by the way, so I'm gonna go back to the ship.
I need one more thing. Safi's also a liar. Tell her she's a liar. Or them, they're a liar. Because they are.
I'm gonna tell them you just misidentified them.
You went the wrong way.
Well, I'm walking around in the dark, so sue me.
I mean, I could, but I don't think I'd get anything out of you. He didn't hear that, did he? Wrong door. Imagine if they came out with a non-binary Pokemon, how hard would people shit? Probably very hard. Who died? Ah! Why are you out here? No! You bitch! Ugh. My stuff. What the fuck? It wasn't even 6 o'clock yet.
I still hear. You okay?
What? At 1:30, what an overachiever, right?
Whatever's out there.
Hey, let me drop my stuff.
I still hear you.
Go get my stuff.
Do you?
Did you not mute me on Discord? Turn my volume down on Discord.
Nah, I think they're there.
I'm dead.
Okay.
Sometimes I can still hear them.
Safi, if you
Sophie?
can hear me, go get my stuff.
It might be a stupid idea.
Get my stuff. Safi.
But I'm gonna
Safi, get
go
my
out
stuff.
and try and grab
Safi.
the stuff that they had.
Yeah, that's a pretty stupid idea.
If I don't make
Okay.
it back,
There's like
Safi.
two red
Safi,
things
get my
right
stuff.
there.
Safi. Safi.
Yep, I
Safi.
know.
Safi.
But if I don't make it back, and I'll put it so it's tracking me now.
Uh-oh.
If you think I died, leave.
Oh, no, close it, close it. Oh, I think we should just leave.
Okay, yep. Never mind. Well,
Cowards. Cowards.
Bye, you.
Okay. Sophie, I'm going to the bathroom real quick. I've got
Okay.
use the toilet. I'll be back.
Use the toilet. What the fuck is happening, bro? I have no idea. I don't know. It's like 2
Still have
o'clock.
the bell on me? How do I drop it? Yep, they died.
Still the most profitable. Even though I didn't make it to the ship. Safi, are you lying on me?
But
You told Renji that you didn't have the flashlight.
oh, I do have a flashlight. How do I get to it?
Report to the company building immediately to sell your scrap metal and other goods.
Oh,
Renji
there
scared
you
the
go.
fuck out of me because he's not here. I turned around, he's standing completely still. That was terrifying.
He had to go pee.
I heard him. You may not hear me, but I can hear you.
I think I
could hear you while you were dead somehow. Maybe I didn't turn Discord all the way off.
I want to
know.
keep this. Because this would be fun to have for the eclipse moons. I don't know how far I can throw. Hydrate!
Hydrate. I just drank a bunch of coffee. But you don't
That's dehydrating.
hydrate.
Oh, I want coffee.
I want more coffee. I just finished mine.
Thank you for the welcome back.
Welcome back, Randy. You wash your hands.
Thank you. I always wash my hands.
I'm gonna put the axle on there and see where we're at. Just do the axle. What is this? Chemical
What's what?
jug.
Chemical tank. Thanks, Day.
It didn't work.
Thank you for the welcome back.
Weeba. Did you hit the bell? Did you ring the bell?
No.
Okay, run away.
I want to shake his hand.
Once it's done, just go ping the bell a bunch. Faster. You can't shake its hand like that. You have to hit it really, really fast.
Also, I thought you said you wanted to shake the hand.
Yeah,
Why'd
you
run
want to
away?
shake the hand, you gotta hit it really, really fast.
And don't
What'd
run
that
away.
cost us?
No,
Nah, we'll be fine.
it's fine. Do it.
Oh, he sounds angry.
It's because he doesn't like shaking hands. I mean, it's what they wanted.
Hey, we got our flashlight. They were nice enough to let us have the flashlight. I don't think it's a hand, though. True, it's a tentacle, but I think they knew that.
Sophie's also a space cat squid.
Goose
so, you know,
thing.
It's kind of all the same. to
That was
Sophie.
already charged. Anyway,
Yeah, you never know.
good enough for you? You want to save the
Yeah.
stuff right now? Okay,
Yeah,
Sophie, we'll
might
see
as
you in a
well.
minute. How was the handshake?
I have a flashlight.
Congratulations, you
Alright.
can have the green flashlight.
Yeah, I don't even really want it.
Let's
So we
see.
got like 304 worth of shit in here.
I'm alive.
Welcome back.
How was the handshake?
Pointy. It was pointier than I thought.
Dang, the pro flashlights are 8? No.
Thank you, Mastermind. These are helpful.
Hey, look at you, Pinks, with a 3-stream streak.
Jump.
Nice.
Nice. Nice streaks.
Oh,
Nice
I
streaks.
can run now.
Mons. Whoops. It doesn't type as fast as I type.
Have you been
Offense.
signing on to the lethal to find out the controls for Sophie? 'Cause
I appreciate
I've
it.
been seeing that pop up on my Steam there.
Controls? Sophie, I've got
I've been
the
seeing-
pro flashlight
I've been
coming.
seeing
Just put
my-
that one down.
I've been seeing Mastermind Mastermind's playing Lethal Company.
Mastermind?
Where are we? okay.
Offense? Offense.
Oh.
Okay, Sadako. Sadako? Sadako. That sounds better in my head than when I say it.
Doesn't look like anything scary is right here.
Sadako. Sadako. It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie. Great Pumpkin. Yum, 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 yum. Where is it?
Oh, it was Renji.
Where's the thing?
There's you.
Oh.
Is it not up back there? Oh, there it is.
Just landed right
It's
on us.
supposed to do it in the top of the hour. Sophie, is that the green one?
got a yellow one.
Renji, do you have the green one?
Benji has the green one.
Yes.
Put it back on the ship.
What, as a shitty, yeah?
For if you die with your pro flashlight, you get demoted.
I don't like this place. I
Why?
never know how to like navigate.
Alright guys, the ice cream truck is coming. It's only gonna stay for 10 seconds, long enough for you to order your ice cream. What are you ordering? I'm getting a rocket pop. It left. We don't like ice cream or popsicles? Popsicle. Oh, it's always disappointing when the storage rooms have shit! Oh. A bing bong.
Oh, okay. That's why I was inside.
What?
I spawned inside of somebody's head.
Well, time to go back to the ship for me. I think tonight for my late night stream, I'm going to be bad at Valorant. Ah! Zombie, don't hit me! You're gonna kill me! Jesus.
Drop item.
I thought that was a hand reaching for me. Is that the Bracken room? No. It looked like it. Oh. Nope. Is this a room? No. Well, I ain't dealing with no damn spider. I'm out. Fuck that shit. Come on.
Yep, that makes sense.
You make sense.
Hunting over.
What? What's happening?
Oh wow, look at you. You're already back. Like,
Yeah, I saw spider
right
webs.
next to us.
I saw spider
yeah,
webs.
that's why I left.
I figured. What are you looking for?
Your death.
Oh, ye of such little faith.
So little.
Hey,
Oh,
my
yeah.
faith is based off of evidence. Okay, I played this game
I
with you a lot.
played parkour. I parkoured. Sophie, why did you charge it twice?
I only charged mine once. Somebody else charged theirs.
What do we got? What do we got?
I don't know, where are we at?
366, it looks like. It's not hidden everything, though. 389. Moons.
How much we need?
We only need 233, so we're like really good.
So anything else to just save for next time?
Yep.
Kinda, yeah.
Look at us being model employees.
Yeah, 366 is kind of all I can see at the moment.
I got 389. These two things won't, ping for some reason automatically. So if you, like, run around a little bit.
You
try
want
to-
me to flashbang us?
No.
No, I saved that for a reason. For when we go to an eclipsed moon.
I think Sophie's trying to tell me to flashbang.
Sophie, you can hit him with the stop sign.
Oh.
You have to flashbang him. Oh, I get it. Oh dang, is this the one I'm confused? No.
Oh no.
Don't fall in the hole, Sophie, you won't get out.
Yeah.
What is that
Do it.
sound?
Was a weird
Oh, when I was a young warthog. To the savannah of the every mill. Oh, the shame. I had to change my name. Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase. Hakuna Matata. Ain't no passing craze. Means no worries for the rest of your days. It's our problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. Ba-na-na-na-na. Paco? No? Paco no? Why is there so much Paco? What is it? Why is that there? What the fuck? Yeah. Is it a thing? It is not a thing. There's a lot of mines in this one. Be mindful. Get it? Did you get it? Oh. The fuck is creaking? I found a thing. I don't actually know how to get to the ship from the emergency exit. Is it this way? What is that? Sophie? I'm sure they'll figure it out. Ironically, I am so bad at that. I can't run. Oh no. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? You gotta jump.
Jump! 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 There you go. Get in there. Puddles.
Did you get a little bit lost? I saw you look confused when you came out of the building.
Uh-huh.
Be careful, there's a lot of mines. That light you saw in the last building, that was a mine. If you step on it, it explodes, but you can usually walk around it.
Blows your legs off?
Huh?
Does it blow your legs off?
Oh, it just blows you up. You just die, it doesn't make you into pieces. Makes it easier to pick up your body. These suits are pretty good.
Hey, be careful in there. I think I heard a vent open.
Oh, I heard vents open too.
Go back to the thing. No need to be risky. Where'd the...
Risky for the bisky.
No biscuit.
Also, I found that Bracken room.
Oh, you found a bracken? Yeah, no. I would love to see what Sophie would think of the bracken.
Freaking seconds.
Sophie, would you like to meet the bracken?
Oh,
Huh?
no.
Why? He's a good guy.
I'll believe you.
He's a good guy.
No.
Yeah, he just took a hug.
He what? He likes to give hugs.
Just like the hugs.
Yeah. I have the
Something
kitty
outside.
again. Who wants purse?
Oh, I heard that.
You heard that? The meow?
Yeah, I heard
Something
that.
outside. Something
She's mad
outside.
because I'm manhandling her.
What?
good.
Buddy.
Yeah, it's coming through like super clear.
Hi, baby.
This is the Bassett stream now.
Angry.
Yeah, I'm touching her feet. She
Manhandled.
doesn't like that. She doesn't like her feet touched.
As any cat.
Yeah, that's fair, but she's very vocal about it. You didn't land again, did you?
What?
Nah.
I thought I started us up. Leaving.
Wait, is it not time to go to the company?
Is
Oh,
it?
we have another
No,
moon.
we've still got days left.
Jesus. A bite of vengeance upon your sitting space for every toe being touched. You know what? It's payback for the bite marks that are already there.
Is that why?
No, she did that because she wanted
See.
pets and was rubbing her face. What? Oh. Did you guys see that number run up like that?
Yeah.
No, what?
$3.99. That's what I had last time. Ain't no way we only made $10. Alright. Did you land again? Oh, no, okay, no.
How?
Wounds. Goddamn.
Yeah.
Experimentation. The easy baby moon. I said co-firm and it understood what I meant. Weird. What? What?
Why did it make a noise like we moved?
Because
Oh,
we
we didn't.
went to experimentation. We're not landed yet. I changed moons.
No, it made like a different kind of moving sound.
We're landing. There's a puppy in my lap now.
Oh, your lap is a revolving door of animals. I'm jealous. Boomy's gotten to where he starts biting on my headphone wire, so
Well,
Aw.
mine bites my
he's not
chair.
allowed in here anymore.
I got teeth
I'll
marks.
stream.
Punctured teeth marks on my chair. My $600 chair.
Yeah.
Should I go the main entrance or should
I'm
I
going
just
main
go
entrance.
Well, I'm gonna go the fire correct that.
Key. Nothing in there.
Sheet.
You got a what?
I got a metal sheet.
Nice. I got a key and a flask. There's nothing in it though. Watch the vent when you hear creaking. There's a lot of vents. Why did they put so many vents? They upped the spawn rate of vents.
I don't like it in here. I'm good with my metal sheet.
One other flask. Ooh. Safi. Safi? They leave. They left, didn't they? I'm gonna go turn off the power. Where was that? This way? Okay. Ooh, what is that red thing? And this way? How's Renji enjoying the darkness? Is he freaking out?
It's pretty good.
Oh, there he is. Hello? Do you have space in your hands? Renji? Are you dead? Hello? Hmm.
There was another thing right where you left.
Yeah, I know. I left it at the door. There's two things
Okay.
there.
Okay, I think Ren's gonna go after. Did you tell him?
Huh? I didn't hear... I said something.
Did you tell Renji that there was something right
He didn't
there
respond to
that
me.
you left?
I think he was on his way to the emergency exit.
Well, he was gonna go look for you.
I found the
That's-
apparatus, so I was stealing this light thing.
Yeah, we... Oh,
Did he get it?
Oh.
Is he dying?
yeah, he's stuck.
Oh.
And there's a thing in there. Just leave. Just leave.
I left two things outside. By the normal door.
Just outside the normal door?
You good? What was chasing you?
I have no idea. I just heard a bunch of skittering around.
Oh, it's probably a Zulu bug then.
Is that the little like EP guys?
The bug looking thing? It flies around
I
when you
didn't
get too
actually
close.
see it. I didn't see it. I just heard it. I heard something sort of like chasing me about.
Yeah, there they are.
Bitch, open the door.
Can't believe you would call Sophie such a mean name.
Yeah, wow. Good.
Welcome to
Good.
Rising Renown, Safi.
We all bitches here.
Yeah.
That's alright.
Do you know you can kill yourself with a door?
It's the
You're
it's the
gonna show us?
2000s term of it, and not the mean term.
What?
It's the like, yo, my bitches. That
Yeah.
kind of bitch. Yeah. How am I not the? Okay, I see how it is.
Alright, time to head to Cthulhu Daddy Company.
Can I play with this? I'm gonna play with it.
Play with what?
Play with what?
Toy cube.
No,
No. I don't think we have
Unfortunately,
anything.
you can't.
The remote kind of clicks a little bit if you want to play with that.
Eh?
What
Bleh.
are they doing?
I don't know. Sophie's just like picking stuff up.
Boss.
Hey, did you know inside the ship the remote turns
No.
off the light?
No. No.
Is that too
Wait,
much?
the remote turns off the light? Is that what you said?
Maybe.
Yeah. You won't let me
Whoa,
have it
are you
back.
way over there with it? Where are you? Are you hiding in the corner with the remote?
No.
I was actually thinking, I wonder if this messes with the power. I was mashing the button when I walked up to the ship with it.
Yeah.
How far does it go?
Oh, is that?
I don't know.
Wait, you sold my bell.
Oh,
How could you?
Is it
I'm
still
sorry, I didn't know you wanted to keep it. Alright, we need... Is it still going? Oh, it stopped. It stopped!
Oh, we need a
That's
little
because
more
I stopped
quota.
clicking.
I'm gonna put the apparatus up there.
It sure has been. Oh my god, it worked all the way the whole time?
It was
was
working the
way
whole
over there.
time, yeah.
Dang.
That
Jasper.
might do it. That won't do it. We need like $10 more.
Bark, 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 bark.
Nope. Bark. Bark, bark.
Okay, we're
Okay.
good.
Oh. We need a thingy.
Renji,
The cabinet?
why do you have to be the
Yeah.
most annoying person in Rising Renown?
I thought that was reserved for you.
No, I don't fuck with the lights and blow air horns and shit.
You're lucky I didn't use the flashbang.
So close to getting that car, Renji.
Cool. Mastermind says that this remote probably turns off all the lights. Like the whole power to the ship, I think, or something. So. Sophie, you
give
wanna
me the
play with
remote.
this remote?
Yes. Yeah.
Here you go.
But chuck it really far away.
Just keep it on your person. If you have it on you, you can sell it when we land again. Oops.
Oh, this place.
Do we buy anything? Or
What do we need?
I don't know. I thought you said we were buying stuff.
We're saving for a car, weren't we?
I
Hey,
don't
we
know.
can get a car?
Yeah, we can get a car. It can lug our loot to the ship. You can drive it too. If we were buying shit, I would have bought the scary moon.
I'm already scared.
I hear mines.
Yep.
There's a lot of vents again. Sophie, even when you get to an area like this where there's no doors, make sure you scan because sometimes loot gets stuck on these pipes.
Yeah, I hit scan like every second.
Oh. Benji,
just found a
I
mine.
think you died. Where's your body?
Body of Reggie building.
I wonder if he jumped on that.
Flashbang. Oh, I found the body.
You found him?
I found him.
Where is he? We gotta take him back to the ship.
He's right here. I'm taking his stuff. My
Where-
inventory's full, you'll have to do it. I got his loot.
Where's his body at?
It's up there. Right there.
What?
Right there.
What?
Right here. Look down.
I
Okay,
think you have
take
to pick up
flash-
his body.
Okay, well here's his flashlight. Go ahead.
See, that just appeared out of nowhere.
His arms are floppy.
Yep.
Does this mean Renji's the laziest employee?
I mean, he did take a nap on the job.
A dirt nap.
A dirt nap. We don't bury people, we launch them into space, like Among Us. Like the sussy baka that he is, Why did your baby burp? Ah, you pushed me off with the rock. I saw a mod where you could gamble, like items, including bodies, to try to meet your quota.
This over here, so he can't find it.
We didn't get any loot here, but I suppose we're fine without it.
Yeah, probably.
We can go to the next moon. Just for the sake of poor Renji not being dead the whole time. But
Yeah.
for reasons, I want to pick up this remote.
I was hoping it'd be like hidden from him there.
No, he crouches in that corner a lot. That's where I hit the flashbang.
The dunk on him. Oh, it makes him move.
Dang it. Everything's in the way of his body.
Easiest but most profitable.
Dang. All the stuff was in the way. I couldn't pick up your body.
You couldn't pick up my body anyway. You couldn't even see it.
Can you stop wasting items, you cranky little shit? Why'd you do that?
That on me the whole time anyway.
No, I had it after you died. You're lucky I even picked it up, and then you just go and do that.
I was gonna do it anyway.
Hit him.
I missed some things while I was watching a video about Infinity Nikki. Is that the open gacha thing? From Nikki?
What, Nikkei?
No, not Nikkei. Nikki.
Nike?
Not Nike.
I used to play this weird, I think it's probably a gacha game. It's actually also probably what helped me stop playing gacha games and buying digital goods. That Love Nikki game
Yep.
on the phone.
I don't know if it'll be gacha, but it's upcoming new game. Yeah, it's a Infinity Nikki has a official like not app game, like an actual game.
You can do better.
They says that they don't think that it's going to be gacha.
I just I liked the pretty dresses. I liked the clothing designs. It was inspiring.
I think Adamance just hates us. We just keep getting unlucky. I wonder if the remote works from inside the building.
Please no. We're all gotcha every time.
Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Gotcha pum. Dido hambaiki.
I think we're already good for a quarter.
What if this
That's
vent
380.
opened and enemies came out of it like mimics?
Well, then I would do this.
Stop it. Why the fuck did you do that? Literally, I am almost dead. If I fall, I'm dying.
Yeah.
You're a piece of shit. When you get cranky, you turn into an asshole.
Do you need a key to get in there?
Yeah. I don't think there's anything... There's numbers on the door. What does it say? 68 art? What does that mean? What is... I feel like that might be for something and I don't know what. Infinity Nikki's open world puzzle game where the outfits give you different abilities and there's a photo mode too. I wanted to play Love Nikki, but God, it was so annoying trying to get anything. I just wish games weren't so money grabby anymore. What? What'd you do everywhere?
We can't see shit.
Oh, Steam? Got it. Got it.
What? Got what?
The Steam. What the fuck?
Huh?
Did you?
Yeah. We've seen this before.
I have not.
Don't you remember that time we were playing and then there was one by parkour?
No.
You actually don't remember that? Like,
No.
Seriously, there was one by a parkour. And we were like, we didn't have flashlights and we had to do it in the dark. And we died.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Where's the door? There it is. Okay, pipes. Got it. Oh, there's a key.
Parkour here for you.
Parkour for you.
No, you're so good at it, you said.
I said I succeeded. Never said I was good at it. I see a thing over there. It's a fish. There's a door.
Off you go.
Okay. Oh, this doesn't move around. The fuck? Ooh. I fucking hate you.
What? I scan up here, run in there, find it. Okay.
Glad I used that key. Good. I'm good. I don't know what it was. I'm good. And yeah, I'm lost. Seek, welcome to the program. Thank you for joining us. What if the bridge didn't collapse when I walked on it? Nice and gentle. Gentle. Ah! And damn it. Ugh. The bridge hates me, I think. The bridge sucks. What is that? What are those? Are those violent? There's a lot of them.
Sound like it left though. There's weapons that way. Uh-oh. Oh, there's two of them.
Get away from me. Open the door.
To the door. Now, now.
Oh god,
Since when are those violent?
No, we're trapped in here with it!
quick, activate the thing. Just fly away, fly away.
Why'd you use the flashbang?
Oh my god. Since when are those
Why'd
violent?
you use the flashbang earlier?
Why are those violent? Since when are they violent?
Oh man. I opened the door for a second to let you in.
And you let in both of them. My goodness.
All scrap lost despite it being on the ship is ridiculous. We lose our scrap, but we can have our flashlights. That makes a lot of sense. So they are cowards when they are alone or when you show force via shovel. There's violent when there's two or more of them. Oh, thanks for the bit, Seek. Appreciate it.
I couldn't find the stop sign to pick it up and snack them. But then the door was shut.
Well, Sophie, there is one good news.
Oh, we lost all of our money.
Sophie, there is one good news.
That's kind of how this game goes, unfortunately.
Sophie. Positive.
What's the good news?
No remote.
I guess there is that.
Alright. We're gonna have to hit this moon hard and fast.
Oh, please pick an easy one.
I'm going to offense. That's the one with the big hole in the middle.
I mean, yeah, Ulysses, it's nice that we don't lose all of our purchased items, but at the same time, like...
If it can save our purchase... Look, there's a fucking key here. At that point, just leave the fucking scrap. Or, like,
I mean,
lose part of the scrap. Like, part of the scrap. Because that is... When you get further in and your quota is, like, $600 credits or whatever, losing your scrap on one day is... It's detrimental and there's no comeback from it. It's... The punishment is too severe.
It is.
Don't forget to charge your flashlights.
It's charged.
This Sophie is so sad.
Let's go!
We can knit it. We can do it in this moon. We just have to find everything. We can do it. Don't laugh.
Ready. Get ready to get ejected into space.
No, be positive. Toxic positivity. The only comeback is going to the later moons and have a good run, but you used to have to spend most of your money on the moon and have no flashlights. Yeah. Now you can go to the later moons and still have flashlights. Wait, you used to not be able to take your flashlight with you? I think it still costs money. There's a challenge moon now on the main menu. I haven't tried it. Maybe for the follow-a-thon, I'll torture myself like that. Ooh, I found a rubber robot.
Is that Reggie?
The robot?
Oh, God.
Hello.
Safi,
You like fish?
Safi,
Fish?
I
What?
got a fish.
pick this up.
Oh. Thanks, I hate it.
It makes noise and lures the dog to you.
Oh, God.
Oh, okay, that's what I was hearing. I was like, oh, I can hear like a metallic sound. The fuck?
Whoop. Axel. Doesn't look like there's anything else in here. Fake bottles.
I can't turn my flashlight off.
That's because your hands are full. So, you would have to run a gambit on the later moons, hoping you can meet quota, but with no light. Because, yeah, no money since you paid for the moon to hope to you to get enough. When you died, you lost all your modes, including your flashlights. On the later moons? Alright, this damn robot's annoying.
Oh,
He
okay.
just like me, for real, for real. Hello? Do you
Hey,
see
turn
some?
around.
What?
Do not go that way.
What is that?
There's a machine gun. There's a machine gun right at the end of that door.
Where's Safi?
I don't know.
Safi
I
ran
actually
away.
don't know. Maybe?
The storage room. This bitch empty. We're fucked.
Yeah.
I bet we have to. Ooh, okay. Renji, I'm gonna go turn off the machine gun. Cause. Oh. What happened? What just happened? What just happened? Why am I hurt?
Monster.
What monster?
You know that like tail with like big arms, big mouth thing?
Oh,
Just
a
started
thumper?
Fucking running up on us. Did you get the
No.
you get the robot?
Got it.
Alright.
Not that it matters. I
No,
think
but
the
I mean, like,
emergency
you know.
exit is over here. We're gonna try that. I'm very hurting though.
I hear you.
Don't go in there.
How do you know Sophie's not at the ship?
Because I heard them talk.
Yeah, but it was muffled.
Did you guys run into something?
See?
They're right
See?
there. Dummy.
Shit.
Close it, close it. don't know if I can get their bodies. Why does Renji's body keep disappearing? I can't see Renji's body. It's okay, Sophie. It's okay. It was just a dog bite. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. It's okay. I got this flashlight for you. There you go. Now you'll feel safe.
I'm doomed to forever be an intern.
I mean, if my title wasn't, you know, just for show, I would have, I'd promote you, Sophie. But...
Well, what the fuck is the monsters popping up so fast for?
I don't know.
Because it's not even 6 o'clock when they're doing this.
Did that suck? I died literally right here.
Yeah. I jumped
died
on
right
top of the
on the
dog
ship.
to get past it. Also, your body keeps glitching out of existence for me when you die. My contribution.
Oh, it was actually Renji's body that you picked up there.
Really? You sure?
Yeah.
You just like to think you're leaving me behind. That's what that is.
I can't put the key up there. They don't want keys.
Oh, they don't want keys anymore?
No. Did it open?
I don't know. Can't see behind all the axles.
Nah, it's not open. Okay, now
Not
it's
as.
open.
Well, he was angry about it. He didn't even take it.
You know what's worse, Renji? The dog was under the ship, it was on the ground, dove at you, and slid under the walkway to grab you. Great! So, game jank.
Game jank!
So,
Janky game.
We just went from one game that got janked to another game that got janked.
I don't think I can get any money from these, but we're gonna try.
Right was invaluable to the company.
why are you gonna fire us?
Will it take the flashlights?
My
Lovely.
poor flashlight.
Had a pretty good echo on that.
Oh, hey. They did buy that stuff.
They didn't even give us any money for that.
Wait. They had value and they gave us no credit for it. The fuck? Fuck you guys. Alright.
I quit. I'm gonna retire. Be a VTuber.
Well, you can retire all you want. You're gonna be back on the ship in a second.
Wait, we retiring? Okay.
No.
What?
No.
So we just said we were retiring.
No. Sophie went and died.
I was murdered.
Oh, did you go shake Cthulhu's hand?
No, not
As you
yet.
have not met the profit quota, your performance has been deemed below standard. Welcome to our disciplinary council.
Let me in my corner. No.
No. No. Womp womp. Dang, we should have went to a scary moon. At least then we could have laughed. 10 deaths.
You say laugh.
Yeah.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your contract.
I don't recall eating.
Make yourself
What are we eating?
to complete the onboarding
I could eat.
process. You will want to
You
check
said
your
we'll eat and sleep here, but I don't recall eating or
your
sleeping.
ship's computer terminal. We trust
I
you will
remember
be a
getting
great asset
eaten.
to the company.
Yeah,
count?
yeah.
Asset.
I remember getting eaten in the ship.
Yeah, that too.
That's kind of a jam.
Yeah, everybody loves so.
Let's go. I got flashlights coming. They were on sale.
What happened to the flash? Oh, right, because we got ejected.
Yeah.
On sale flashlights, get them for $12.50.
Potentially, yeah.
Beep, 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 beep. On sale flashlights, get them for $1. On sale flashlights.
Voice crack.
On sale flashlights.
I don't want to stand next to you, just in case.
Just in case what?
You know damn well. Stop making noise!
It's really shocking that the dogs are out before 6 o'clock, I gotta say. Did they change it so just like sometimes there's monsters
Maybe.
instead of a specific time when they start getting crazy?
Or maybe when you.
Hey,
found the
what do you
robot,
think
it was just
Sophie's
like,
gonna think of
fire.
Springhead?
Springhead?
Yeah.
What's that, Springhead?
Yeah, Springhead? Kind of like that SPC. Don't look, or
Oh,
you gotta look
that?
at him.
I don't know.
It's like the angels.
So basically.
Oh,
Oh. Well, Sophie's in there. Never mind.
oh
I
shit!
heard something slithery.
Steam again? Oh.
Why is it in one spot? Oh, over there. This is just a
Bye.
wall.
Ooh, metal sheet.
Oh look, I found bottles.
That sound.
Is what?
Smasher over there.
A schmacker? Oh,
Yeah.
What?
a pummel wall.
Where are you guys?
I'm in the Steam.
Don't know.
Oh shit. Did I just hear a gun?
Maybe.
Yeah, I did. Oh my god, I am so lucky. That shit didn't see me through the Steam.
Is there another door? Oh, take that. That's my note.
Oh man, no. I can't do this.
Was there anything over that way? Or was that cleared up? This way?
Oh.
Did you guys clear that out already?
Yeah, we did. You got some bottles and stuff, but
Alright.
Nice. Oh shit, bins are open. No. Man, walking in the steam was a dumb idea. I leave. I'm gonna go with the fuck that. I'm not dealing with it. Wee! I feel like if I am able to kill a monster, I should be able to feed it to Cthulhu and get lots of money, you know? Open it.
What?
Open it.
Open what?
Open it. Open it.
Open what?
Open it. Open it.
We don't want any. No soliciting.
Bottom shelf?
It's a no-go.
There you go.
You can put them up there. Ah.
There's a mod for that. Killing monsters and selling their bodies? Yeah, we couldn't get mods to work though. We tried. Trust me, I want to do mods.
Look, I got a whole game for that. Killing monsters and selling their parts.
Ugh, don't talk about Monster Hunter.
I just gotta teach you the game.
I hate it.
I'll play with you. It'll just be you and me, and then,
Hi,
If he
Kuro.
doesn't
Sorry
have
I
to-
didn't see you.
hurt us.
I thought you were Dave for some reason.
Hurt you? Why would I hurt you?
I need
can't-
to go potty. I'll be back.
I can't hurt anybody in Monster Hunter anyway. You can't hurt
Really
teammates.
just gonna go in the corner? We don't
mean,
have
we don't
puppy
really-
pads.
It's okay. We'll just use bunk. Literally
gonna
their
close this
mattress,
for safety.
their stuff, like, you know. I mean,
Oh, speaking of Monhun, though, I got to the coral place.
oh, you did? Oh, Coral Highlands? Nice.
Yes.
See, do you
And I
remember
killed
when you
the
were like,
thing.
what, the,
All by
the
myself.
fluffy bat?
No, it got away.
No?
But I killed the other thing.
Other
Thing that I was supposed to find. Purple dragon thing. Why did that open?
Purple Dragon. Was it the variant of the Pookie Pookie?
It flashed me.
It flashed you, and it was purple. Oh, the Tsitsi Yaku, I think it's called, or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I know the one. Congrats, nice. I
Thank
saw
you.
you playing the other day, like on Saturday, and I was also playing, and I was like, oh, I wonder if I should have sent you a message, but I was like, I'm just grinding anyway.
I was learning the art of horn on Saturday.
Nice.
Or wait, that might have been when I killed the thing actually.
You are much further than I am. Okay, we need to
Okay.
take off. Once you hear big noises like that, it's time to take off.
Why am I small?
Are you a baby?
'Cause
Am
you're
I a
swatting the
baby?
bee. You went to the bathroom and then you just squatted down there to go.
Did I actually crouch over here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That must have seemed so funny. And weird.
It was,
We
yeah.
agreed to use your bunk and your stuff to mop up your mess.
I don't sleep.
Then that's fine.
Perfect then.
We can.
I
right.
like to curl up in this corner. It's warm.
What? In the poop corner?
It's warm.
full of oil. Hi, Luna.
Hello.
Luna. Hi, Luna. Yeah,
Yeah,
Sophie, you're like way further than me in the game. I've only done like 2 more story missions or like main
Oh.
missions in the game.
Look at me
Offline.
being
It doesn't say
ahead.
boss on you anymore, Renji. You got demoted.
But I'm still leader.
Yeah, let's see how long that'll last when dogs eat you through the ground.
But yeah, I haven't actually done that many more story missions. What?
I like when everybody says hi to each other. Wait, why are we crouching? Do we gotta be quiet here? Is this a scary Oh god, it's the scary place. Shh.
It touched me! It touched me! That sucked. I heard Sophie squeak, so I turned around and it touched me. Sophie's just running back to Is it bad in there? What did he see? What was in there? He dipped out real fast. Does Sophie know the dogs can go in there?
I'm so startled.
Shh.
They got eaten right beside me.
I think it was just the lizard.
Oh shit, oh shit.
What is that green thing? Oh, is that my flashlight?
Okay. So you got eaten right behind me, and that was awful. Oh god. Oh no. Hi, Renji.
Shh. Good God.
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no. You got eaten behind me. We're leaving.
Okay, so I watched you guys get eaten. I went inside. A thing walked straight past the door, and I left. I didn't even think about going in.
Yeah, no. Did you see how big that red dot was?
No. Alyssa
don't
said
think-
almost worm food, so I almost got eaten by a worm.
Oh, is that what
see
it
how
was
come-
underneath him? So Sophie, you squeaked. I turned around, didn't make a sound, but it touched me, so it ate me. I didn't have enough time to move out of its way. I turned around and its
literally,
face
like-
was on me.
I made the parkour onto that platform. I turned around and I saw both of you like there, and one of you get eaten.
I was able to escape down the hill. And then I very quietly left while he was
Sophie
being raped.
immediately went back to the ship. Sophie was just like, nope,
Yep.
nope. Absolutely the fuck not.
See, I thought it was. I thought Sophie got eaten, and because
gonna
I
be in the
didn't hear
poop corner?
anything after that. Like, I heard Sophie squeak. I watched one of you die, and then I thought Sophie got eaten, and I thought you was the one that ran off.
Sophie got me killed. I wonder if the squeak triggered it.
I don't know. Probably.
My squeak was meant in warning. Like, hey,
Oh man,
saw
I don't know
something
where
coming.
the thing drops here. Is it up here?
I can't remember.
Fire hazard. I can't believe they actually put words on there. I would have just put
Yeah, I mean-
pixels.
You know.
Warning. Not
Text isn't
authorized use of this. Do not operate without supervision.
Coming in. You get your flashlight?
Yeah. Something's on your head. Did we get
It
his...
should be okay.
It'll just try to
Yeah, we
fly
got a
off
stop
with
sign.
you. We have one? Here, I'll walk
Yeah,
it
in the
off your head.
cabinet.
Okay. Got it.
Ow.
Sorry. Let's go.
Should we be concerned that Sophie, like, is just gone?
No, they'll figure
On
it
her
out.
own? I mean, they're gonna have to at some point, right? Feels
Yeah,
like
we can't hold their hand
play
the
this
whole
game a lot.
time.
Feels like we play this game a lot, so...
It's an easy collab game.
Also, apparently, according to Ulysses, I'm actually probably only like 2 or 3 missions behind Sophie in Monster Hunter.
My god, what is wrong with you?
I mean,
You binge
You know, I
these
played a lot of
games.
that I love Monster Hunter though.
I was like, oh, it's so dark.
Yeah, we're spawning inside of each other's heads.
Hey, Sophie.
Oh, who goes there?
Did you say who are you? There's no mimics here. We don't have that mod. It's only on the big moons. One person touch the door at a time. There's mines. There's mines.
Mines?
Yep. Watch your step. Renji, when you exploded, was it a gun or was it a mine? We heard you die.
It was a mine that time.
Nothing that way.
Yeah, it was a mine because I walked up the stairs and I didn't see it.
Oh, gun!
I saw the light,
Gun,
but I
gun,
didn't see
gun.
it.
Okay, run across.
Nope.
Okay, bye, Sophie.
There's a dead end over here. What the fuck? There ain't shit here. There's not even any doors.
Sophie
It's-
peaced out.
Huh?
Sophie peaced out.
I'm still here.
Oh,
I went down.
There's a hallway just past it. We'll wait for it to spin.
And there's like nothing here.
I mean, I can still hear Sophie quite well, so I'm not too far away from Sophie.
Yeah, I'm right here. I checked it down.
I don't know if I can get over there.
I think I'm behind it. I've got round.
Is there anything over there?
Not that I can see just yet. It goes a lot deeper though.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm here.
Careful, there's a mine in front of us.
Where'd Toffee go?
They were like further back that way, like back towards the entrance. Dead end.
Oh my
Well, that's
god.
it.
We might have to open this door. We didn't teach Safi how to do these.
Why? Because they're always going to be like our person behind the keyboard. Like, you know, like our person at the computer. Oh. Sophie's still here though.
Where's the gun at?
Just keep following me this way. Like. Okay.
You see the irony of this, right? You see the irony of this, right?
Did I just like sprint across this way? I must have.
Well, guys?
Hello?
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 Hey.
Is there anything down there?
No, that's a dead end down there.
The whole thing?
Yeah,
Oh,
I went down here already.
wow. This fucking moon sucks. Did anybody find anything?
Oh, where did Sophie go?
Making the controller user type.
I don't think there's anything.
We can try to find the emergency exit.
I
Or
don't
we
know,
could
though.
leave.
5 p.m. Yeah.
Probably should do that. 5 items total and they're all hives. I haven't even seen any hives.
You're lost. I can see you.
Help. Which way?
This
This
way.
Safi, when we're on the big hole one, you just have to walk around the edge of the hole.
Hey, careful, 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 careful.
What is it?
It's one of those things that killed us last time, you know?
Is it just
We
one?
jumped on the ship. Yeah, it looks like it. Andish, Alyssa said they get scared if you hold out the sign, so just keep the sign out.
Back up. Back up. Man, that mood was jank.
Yeah, that was crap.
I got an Easter egg. Are they worth anything?
You can throw it at people.
Oh.
I don't think I've ever
There was
sold an Easter egg in this,
$500
so-
worth of things in there, it says. And where?
I don't.
Behind doors that we couldn't.
I'm sorry, it was the last day? I thought we had one more. How much stuff do we
I
have?
thought so too.
To sell your scrap metal and other goods. You have 0 days left to meet the profit quota.
We got
Safi, can you put that down?
like
To the company building.
we got like nothing. When enough of them are around, the sign also
Okay,
won't
we have
scare them
enough.
anymore. Though, if you kill one, then suddenly there are less total, and they will probably be scared again. Okay. So if we sell everything, we'll have enough. Okay.
We actually can keep one of the metal sheets, I think.
Oh, cool. But do we have to sell the Easter egg?
Yeah. Unless the sheet's $30. $36.
Do we also need to sell the sign?
Yeah. God damn it.
Okay.
Give me the sheet!
Did okay. I take it we did land the ship, so. Let's go.
I want to eat this egg.
I
It
don't
looks like
advise it.
candy. Huh?
Don't advise it.
Eggs?
It squeaked when you picked it up, so sure, eat it.
Oh.
You should definitely eat it.
Okay. Now why'd you do that?
Did you get pissed off? No.
How much do we need?
130, so we're $4 over.
Yay!
Or 4 monies, whatever the currency is.
4 credits. Did you say dollars?
Yeah, doll hairs, monies, you know.
Bucks. Quid.
Quid.
Ye.
Quid quo pro.
134
Quid pro quo. I can't say that fucking phrase.
Quid pro quo.
Yeah, it's easy to say if you say it unnaturally slow. What?
4 deer
4 deer
jerkies
over.
over.
Oh,
She
dude, I
sells
could go for some
seashells by the
jerky.
seashell shore.
She sells, fuck. Toy boat, toy boat, toy boat,
Toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck... Blah, blah, blah. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? The answer may surprise you. Moons. You know, I think it's unnecessary for the expensive moons to be scary. Bonk! Don't bonk me! What is wrong with you? Did it work? I can't hear the sound for that one.
Don't do that, but did it work?
Did it work? I can't get... I bet that looked funny with the halo.
No.
Missed it.
Oh no! I need a...
Why
I need
didn't
to
it
top up
go to
my
the
Wawa.
place?
Did we just waste the day?
I don't know. It didn't go to the place. Oh, it won't let me do it when we're on. It worked. Okay, good.
Hey Zed, thank you for the
Cringy.
Also, hi, Zed.
PTSD routine.
What color is the sky? Mi amor, mi amor. You tell me that it's red. Mi amor, mi amor. Where can I put my shoes? Mi amor, mi amor. You said put them on your head. Mi amor, mi amor. You make me un poco loco. Un paquititi loco. The way you keep me guessing, I'm nodding and I'm yesing, and I'll count it as a blessing that I'm just un poco loco. I probably shouldn't sing Disney on Steam. Huh?
No, it's fine if you're singing it with your own voice. Personal performances are okay because they
Oh.
are not copyrighted. If it is your own recording, then they can't do shit. Although you probably should still buy the cover license.
Cover license. That's
They're only like
stupid.
$12.
That's stupid. Also, I can't sing, Sophie.
You just
Not
did.
well. Not
Didn't sound bad
well.
to me.
You're a liar. Everybody's a liar.
Welcome to my constant debate with the gremlin.
I can hear my voice breaking.
And my voice breaks.
It's a feature.
Sometimes.
It's not a feature.
Feature.
I don't like when you guys come in and I'm standing at the door and it goes dark for a second. It's scary.
Ooh, that's mine.
Don't touch it, Ringy. Sophie might eat you. I found stuff.
I'm not a lazy employee.
Wait till the ad's over. Chat without saying anything. Okay.
Oh, I found an
Stop.
It's everywhere. I
Chat,
wanted to
without
try and
saying
find my
anything,
little cheat
okay?
suit.
Yes or no?
What?
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 Oh, hi. Whoa. I just heard
Hello.
thunder.
Like IRL?
Yeah.
Dang.
Hey, look, I found an axle. What?
So we found an engine and wants all the credit that comes with finding said engine.
What a goofball.
I know. It's funny. Oh, okay.
Chat, yes or no? Chat, yes or no?
Can you come over here and grab the bottles?
Grab a bottles. Yes. 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 One more yes and I do it. I'll do it in the ship.
Can you
Bottles?
get the bottles?
What bottles?
Yes, they're this way.
Oh, that's a cool egg you got there.
Thanks. I found it in this room. I don't know that. our
There, you
good
don't
friends
count
have
as
been
the
in
second
here.
one.
Yeah, I don't know that our goo friend has been down here. I'm full though, so I can't take this axle.
I'm gonna put this outside. And then somebody can come get the axle.
Okay.
I hope he sends Sophie. Puts on fake mustache. Alright, that's definitely not Day. They coming? Just waiting for my moment to shine of glory. Oh. Oh, that's a problem! No! Dang it. They took too long to walk their butts back. What was that?
Fuck was that song?
Danger. Renji, no, don't.
Oh, rip. Did you die?
Oh, fuck. Day, you said something.
What happened to the axle?
Oh my god. Your head is now a coil. Oh.
Coil head? Shit.
Well, at least I threw my
What?
flashlight down there. That was so close. He's fucking lucky. I bet he didn't even realize it.
Yeah, I can't believe I survived.
Oh.
Hey, what do you mean never punished?
My mask. Don't turn to the
Renji?
camera like that.
Yep.
I think you died. But they're
I
right
did.
next to the door. Thing.
There is no point going back. The monster that killed them almost killed me.
Hmm.
And everybody in chat is
Is
saying
something
that
so
I'm lucky
inherently
to have survived.
terrifying about this speedy footsteps? I tried so hard to get to the door. I didn't get it fast enough. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
Well, I think I found my place on the team.
Grab one item and run back to the ship.
There's a very specific way you have to leave when there's a coil head. It's not turning away from the coil head and opening the door. Well, how else am I supposed to open the door? I didn't know it was a coil head. I just saw you was dead.
Yeah, I also didn't know it was a coil head.
But thank you for letting me know.
I already
apparently
knew
I was
that.
super lucky. I'm almost
We've
dead.
played this, guys.
You should leave. You do the honors.
Off we go.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
I think it was a pretty good haul there, though.
Yeah, 126.
Dang. Missed
Plus some
opportunity.
bits in the cabinet.
Missed opportunity. I wanna go to an expensive
Right.
moon.
You know, I feel like maybe the dead one shouldn't be called the most paranoid.
Yeah, I wasn't
I
paranoid.
feel like, yeah, I feel like that was earned.
I was
you know?
trying to cause paranoia. I had a mask. I was waiting. I was hoping it'd be Safi.
I thought about going back for you, but it was getting kind of late.
Also, because
The only thing that has fast, plappy footsteps that are like blah 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 blah. Yeah, every monster makes unique noises. How many do we
Pretty well
need?
so far, though.
241.
Yeah, plus it's not reading what's in the cabinet, so.
I don't even know what that thing was.
Can I have my
just picked it up.
flashlight?
It's
Right there.
it's a cool.
That's why my flashlight was outside. I was like, let me set this out here.
Sophie, that was the thing we were talking about earlier. You know, the one where it's like, oh, if you don't look at it constantly, it'll come after you.
Like the angels from
Like
Doctor
a weeping
Who.
angel. Yeah. Okay, wait,
Can you
that's
hear
your
my
dog,
puppy?
right?
Biscuit.
Yeah.
I thought.
Biscuit. Give me a second.
Spiders are roar. I love. What are they called? Automatopoeias? When you're making noise,
Yes.
but they're. Yeah. I love them. Like blam, wham. Bzzz.
Where the fuck are we? Oh, I know where we are. Okay.
Adamants. Biscuit alert.
Ooh. Creature data.
Oh, lovely.
Day, I love the onomatopoeia that's spelled out to describe the sounds of the creatures around us. It's very kind of you. Do we have a sign? No. Biscuit on anti-coil head patrol. She did a good job. There's no coil heads. I should give her a snack. I bet she would enjoy that.
Open it, and it might be.
She's taking a nap now. What are we opening?
I gotta get bugs.
Sophie,
Oh, nice.
Sophie had a
It might be better to leave it as a one-hand item and then open it in the ship.
Cody TNT11, welcome, welcome. Good to see you.
Welcome, welcome. If you guys are already not following Safi and Renji, make sure you do so. Because if you're not, why? Don't you know you have to collect all of Rising Renown in your follow list?
Yeah, it's like trading cards or something.
Yeah, ah, fuck, there's a Bracken.
Uh-oh. And Uber's already taken the thing and gone. You know, something moves fast.
Yeah, because they went out. They're like, I'm gonna get a thing and I'm gonna go back to the ship because this ship is safe. Which is
I think we've
incorrect.
explored everything.
Okay. I guess we can go to the emergency. Oh, I don't know the emergency exit around here.
Yeah, neither do I. Did you see the beehive?
Somebody broke the bridge.
It was me.
Yep.
I was
You
too-
carrying something too heavy. Renji?
Yeah, I literally just asked you, did you see that?
Yeah. Can you take this? You probably shouldn't stand there. Ow! Ow! They're too close! What the fuck? Oh, they're hitting me. Go! 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 Go!
Oh shit.
Start the ship, Safi!
No!
Shafi!
No! Reggie! Reggie, run! Oh.
Go, 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 go! Drop's dead.
Oh.
Safi, the reason why I sacrificed
Right.
us is because those cost a lot of money.
What costs a lot of money?
Beehives.
Oh. You monster. Where's my flashlight?
Money go burr. That's why I said to go, go, go.
Hey, what happened to that gift
Had
I
to wait.
opened? Where'd the thing
I
go?
don't know.
Oh no, did it glitch through
Opened
the
and
floor?
exploded.
Did it despawn?
Should have just kept it
'Cause it-
as a gift.
It should have been in my inventory, and it was like, oh, you got this, but
I think it's because you opened it while we were leaving. Now it's gone forever. My gift! I was so
Dang.
excited.
I was more happy that we didn't die. Well, not all of us. Like, I got super lucky that I could just run through. Like,
You just picking up beehives.
That was me.
That's what I said. You just picking
Oh.
up beehives.
Yeah, I do that.
wow. Getting confused by your own brand name as well now? What? The item drops on the ground when the present is open. It probably got lost in transit since you opened. Oh, fuck's sake. Fucking game and it's jank.
Should have just held on to the present. Could have opened it
Should've.
at the next site.
I thought it goes into your inventory. That's why I was like, I'll be fine.
I was holding on to it and everything. Trying to keep it safe. Ooh.
For the record, Renji, Safi was holding it even while they were dying.
Yeah, I figured.
I hate it.
What, that beehive?
It makes
Also
the
makes
worst
a really
sound.
gross noise. Yeah. It's the squish, you know? It's like, why is it squished like that?
You.
Cut some slack. This game's made by one individual furry.
Hey, furries work for NASA.
Furries
And
are
they
also
tip
the
really
best
well.
people to artists when they calm things.
Mm-hmm.
And they
tip
also
like
pay a
crazy,
lot.
they're best. Yes.
That's because furries
And they
got
don't
lots
even
of money.
complain.
People give
all the
furries too
monies.
much shit. I think they confuse furries for zoophiles, and it is not the same thing.
It's very different.
I don't have a flashlight.
Yeah, you left it on the ship.
Hey, I got the fucking beehive to the ship, though. I think that's a win. Pretty good at that. I don't know why they were immediately on top of me like that, though. My lips are so chapped. Day, are you off today? You gonna play some Woowa later? Got some farming I need to do.
Hey, Gremlin, guess what? That fire exit is just a straight over there. What a useless fucking thing.
Indeed. It's not even on the other side of parkour. Thanks to... Oh, is that what the hurricane is called? Beryl? That's such a stupid name.
Yeah.
How are we already on B? It's been a hot minute since I've been near a hurricane. When was the last one I remember? I think we were on K.
I don't know.
Not Katrina, but a different one.
Like, over here, like, we mostly hear about it on the news, and it's mostly like, oh shit. Hope your American friends are safe.
You don't have to worry about all of them.
Yeah, but you know when you just, sometimes you don't know where, and especially where we're like, you know.
Hey, look what I
internet
found.
people, so it's like, yeah, so like, you know, we like withhold information for like privacy reasons. So then it's just like, oh shit, my American friends, I hope they're okay. How the hell? Okay. The fuck? It wasn't giving me the prompt, it was just saying use door.
Yeah, it was a little glitched. Nothing. I go back ship now. I still want Safi to see the Bracken. And I want to do one of the paid moons with Safi before we finish, so that's... I'm trying to grind some stuff. I want Safi to see mimics.
So what you're saying is you want to traumatize them?
A little bit.
By the way, this isn't the way back, I'm just exploring some more.
That's okay, I can hold one more item for you.
Wow, it's just like, fuck all around.
I think they expect us to actually use the walkies that are ridiculous.
Probably. And that's a dead end.
Maybe if they fixed their walkies, it wouldn't... we would use them. Like a walkie slot and a flashlight slot, like that mod does. I move slow. There's been a distinct lack of players turning around to talk to a friend and watching them get grabbed by a Bracken. Indeed. Renji, this is the wrong stairwell. What was that? Oh, it's a wire. It looked like a crutch. It's like, since when do we have those?
There's a couple of doors here. Axel.
You found one?
Yeah.
Should we go now? It might be getting late.
Probably.
There's that over there, but I'm pretty sure there's a flea.
Okay, well, let's get the fuck out of there.
Watch your vents.
You mean like that one?
Yep, look up. Scan.
You remember the way back?
No. That's why I was following you. Where'd you go? Hello? Just fucking left me.
Oh.
You're like, do you know the way back?
Well, that was the thing that scared me last time. This is not the way.
That's a problem. I think he was the way.
Oh, God. Okay, well, you left that way, so...
Okay. Fuck that. I'm pretty sure all the monsters come out of the vents now. I can't turn my flashlight off.
Yeah, neither can I. Chris, what do you mean? Oh God, we're lost.
Almost there.
We're back.
We're back.
See?
Made it back. Thank goodness. Now, I think we have plenty, personally.
Yeah, I think we're pretty good.
Yeah, we should be able to go.
Before we won, like...
My flashlight just
we got
died.
3
Get out of the way.
seconds.
After this, We're gonna sell the stuff and go to the scary moon, Safi. That's your only warning.
Why? Why though?
For the experience.
I don't want that. No.
You'll be fine. You've got us. And you cannot stay on the ship. You have to come inside because there's going to be a lot of loot.
Can I just run the loot?
No, you have to come inside.
You was bored, Sophie, so now they're torturing us.
It's after 5.
That's why we're going to one last moon, Safi. That was pretty good. We got an A! Oh my god, we got an A.
I'm a part-timer!
Oh yeah, you are. Nice.
What the fuck?
Uh-oh.
You as an employee. That's you.
Does that mean I'm full-time? I don't want to be full-time. I'd rather be not an employee, actually.
Thank you.
Alexi, was that a South Park reference?
Thank you.
Let's sell everything.
Why would we do that?
Because we'll probably die.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a two-hand item? Since when?
What, the
hive, yeah.
The hive?
Smash the
He's
bell.
staring at us.
Wow,
Punch that bell in the face. Oh, you didn't do it. There's a lot of two-handed items in here.
Yeah. We found a lot of big stuff, you know?
Oh no. It's blocking the bell.
He's open.
That is $400 right there. And I don't think everything's there.
Nope. We still have more stuff.
I meant on the scan. Hey, look, it didn't even list everything. I'm kind of dropping stuff.
Oh, okay.
There's one more. The engine. I figured Safi wanted to carry it.
It's mine.
That engine is very important to Sophie.
It is.
Okay.
Anything else hidden? No, just keys. I think we'll keep those. That should give us enough to get to the moon. Goodness gracious. 6:38. Well.
You know, it's that engine.
Cthulhu? Yeah, it's definitely the engines, not my beehive.
It was that V6, you know?
Cthulhu daddies must be really happy about our stuff. Do you think Cthulhu, it might be crossed with need an inverse teleporter to finish off the day, but you would need a good sale for that. Inverse teleporter.
Dude, can you believe we did all of that and we only got 64 monies for overtime?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's like they're an actual company or some shit.
Dude, I made
Oh my god, we have $797.
I thought overtime was supposed to be paid at half.
We're going to Rend.
That's if you're lucky.
Is Rend the snowy one? Sends everyone into the facility with like a 2-minute cooldown or something.
What?
Oh.
Oh, the teleporter. Right.
Oh my god.
Does
Do
it
the moons
teleport us
cost
back?
more? Alright, Safi, you ready?
No.
You'll be okay. By which I mean probably not, but it's fine. Okay, so this one,
let's
you
just
have to
set
come
that.
out of the corner, Safi. This one you have to follow the lights. If you stick with one of us, you'll be fine.
I don't wanna.
You're coming in. Let's go. Rend!
I don't wanna.
I like Rend. Rend is my favorite one. What face?
I hate this place.
Rend,
I
you
always hate
remember
this
that
place.
clip where you're just like minding your own business? I wonder how you's doing.
Yeah. That was a good clip. But
That was a very good clip.
that's probably one of my favorite ones. Are you turning around to make sure Sophie's following one of
Yep.
them?
I'm in the middle.
Oh, it's chained together all over again.
Do you think we'll get the mansion? We always get the mansion.
Yes.
Okay, Sophie, you ready?
No.
Immediately crouches. Oh, Renji. That's a fair point, actually.
Wait, I'm already lost.
Around the corner.
Which corner?
Sophie, can you get down, please? Thank you.
Why are we down?
Reasons.
Oh, the silence in here is deafening.
It really is. I don't even hear fire crackling.
You could hear a pin drop. That's how silent it is.
I have music playing, luckily.
I don't. Oh, I can hear fire.
Ooh.
My god. Hey, yo, this is new.
What's new?
It's like a kitchen.
There's a kitchen?
Yeah.
Holy shit. I've never seen a kitchen before. Can we take the whole
Right.
fridge?
I wish. It's not like the company feeds us or anything.
Man, this is the first time I've seen so very little in here.
Don't complain about that.
No, I meant
Here's something.
pick-upable things.
I mean, it doesn't matter. We anticipate we're gonna die, so.
What did you hear, Sophie? Can you describe it?
Where is Sophie?
Okay.
That's how.
Wait, okay, that's Sophie.
Ooh. I found a
Where
lamp.
did you go?
Oh, no, it's not a lamp. I found a thing.
Oh, a key. Great.
Not that. I already picked up the other thing.
My, flashlight is already at, 50%.
Why do we all have the flashlight on?
I didn't.
I did, because, sometimes you disappear and...
I thought we were all
can't
following each
see.
other.
I mean, to some degree.
I want to go up here.
See, here's the problem, right, Sophie? The gremlin has a concerning item. Now they have run off.
I'm fine. The mansion needs more guests.
Is that your way of telling us, Ulysses, you're gonna do a cover song of Be Our Guest?
Be our guest, be our guest. Put our service to the test. Hmm. I really want Safi to see the monstrosity.
I don't want to see it.
It's not that scary. Just
There's an end
completely
there.
horrifying. You ever seen anything come out of the vent? I have. Are those Chit. Go away! What are you? You're not the Bracken. Get the fuck away. Get away! Why am I cursed? I just wanted to use the mask. Oh. Damn. He tag teamed. Where'd Safi go?
Where's Safi?
Sophie survived because Bracken got us.
Why is Safi alive?
Not gonna be alive for long.
It's still
right
staring
there.
at her.
Nope.
I thought if you were staring at the
moving.
Bracken, he doesn't come get you. Oh.
I'm lost as fuck.
Bye, Sophie.
I got lost. You
Uh,
guys got me so deep in there, and it was all turned around. I had no idea where we were.
Well, listen, we
wanted
died.
You to see, by the way.
Dang it. I should have just used the mask.
Map? What map?
It's not map.
The map
Mask.
that was in my inventory gets angry if you stare too long. You must look, then look away and let it run away. Oh, it doesn't like it to... Okay, it's nervous about it being caught retreating. Back in.
See that?
You mean back in?
No. No.
Yeah.
No. My flashlight.
I'm ordering them. Relax. It's very socially awkward. Safi, come on. I'll get you a flashlight. It's a big shiny one. Come on. Come on. Oh. Is it raining?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
I took one step out and I had a fucking bolt of lightning.
I don't wanna. Is there somewhere else we could go?
Nope. It costs $550 to be here. Where is that?
Way over there.
Right here.
I'm trying.
Crouch. Come on, Safi, we're going back to the big lights.
Going back to the what?
Right here.
Don't get hit by lightning.
Ooh, shit. Oh, you know, I didn't explain the lightning to Safi. Like how it will static you before you get it shot. Oh boy, Rent, but worse. Cool. Yeah. Super cool, super fly. Alright, my goal is to find a mask. Yeah, probably should have, but I forgot. They're not dead, are they? Surely not already. Surely. What is that? Ooh. Look how cute this mug is. Hmm. Found an egg. An Easter egg, if you will. Did they actually die? This. What was that? Oh shit. I'm out. Why are you guys on the ship?
We're not.
Why are you not on the ship?
Why are you on the ship?
Because it's raining.
You're not even carrying metal.
We explored a house.
No, you did not. That wasn't a house. There's never anything in a house.
It's a house.
We're not exploring houses, we're exploring a factory.
We almost left without you. Just gonna throw that out there.
Was an option.
Look, you even got hurt.
Why is this not working?
There was a monster carrying something.
Yeah, we saw it in the cameras.
Why is this not exploding?
Is it supposed to?
Yes. Wait, oh no!
Did it go under the computer? Oh,
Yeah.
you got it.
Nice try, stopping.
Ah.
I think it doesn't let things work when we're in this space.
When we're, like, in space.
I was trying to send us somewhere else.
Yeah, I know you were. I'm not stupid. Get your butt in the moon! Go!
No.
Sophie!
No.
Sophie! Go!
No.
It's the last day. You can do one more day, and it will be done. That's all you have to do.
I don't wanna go.
Sophie, I swear to God, I will lure a dog to you. Personally.
You already did.
No, you did that.
Nuh-uh.
I'm pretty sure you survived that dog fight, didn't you?
I did.
I wonder how that is. If I supposedly made it attack you.
Oh, why is it so... What? What?
Is it behind the giant rock? Yeah.
Oh, I guess a giant rock fell on it. I don't like it here.
You haven't even seen anything scary yet. It gets worse.
I got killed by a giant spooter. You say I ain't seen nothing scary?
A giant spider?
Spooter.
That's not even the scariest thing.
A tea kettle? No, it's mine. I saw it first.
I don't know how you saw it. Are you just scanning?
Yeah, constantly.
I mean, it's the best way to play this game, to be fair.
Yeah, you missed stuff otherwise. It used to be you would be able to see when it's dark too, but they nerfed that. Oh, damn. Anybody got a key?
Not with
Nope.
me.
Jesus, that scared the shit out of me. You just like start running
How
up
to
without the
tell
flat
if a
button.
player is seasoned or not. Richie backed up when he saw me walk out. I think this is a dead end because that door is locked. I still don't know what was chasing me on that last one.
We don't know. I didn't say on the camera.
You saw it though?
Yeah, it had an
I
item.
mean, we sort of saw it, yeah.
I got a new puppy. I think we need a key. Oh no, there's a door right there. I think this was a dead end though. No, it's not.
Oh, there's a door over there too.
The Bracken's back! God damn it.
Bracken?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know that thing that killed us last time?
Yes. Got it. Sophie just left. God damn it.
Tell them that I left. Oh no! Oh shit. The fuck was that?
I think Sophie removed the jump scare redeem. Oh god, look at that.
Sophie, open! Open! Something was chasing me.
Renji, just let it get them.
Oh no, you!
No, wait, no, because you've got the mask.
Tell me when it's safe. Oh. You?
You have
Oh
the
shit, oh
mask.
shit.
So,
I don't think it's
Renji,
safe.
why are you like this? Let it
What do you
happen.
mean? What do you mean
So
not
if-
safe?
So if you find the mask and you wear it, you become an imposter.
What?
So it basically, they fool you. That's why earlier, you said, oh, I can tell an experienced player from a non-experienced one because they were laughing at me because I thought they were an imposter already.
Wait. What the fuck? Wait. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm leaving them behind. I don't care. They can scream at me all they want. I'm leaving them behind.
Wasn't trying to screw with you, stupid.
So you... Well... How did I sustain the most injuries?
I don't know.
Can we never go there again?
Absolutely
Oh,
not.
it's the gremlin. The gremlin will always send us there.
Yep.
You know how
I
many times
wasn't
I've been there
fucking with
against my
you,
will?
Renji, you dumbass. You should have just let it happen.
What, I let myself get killed? Fuck no.
No, let Sophie go out there, shut the door, and what happens, happens. What happened to no longer holding their hand?
That was you. I never said that.
No, you definitely agreed. You're like, yeah, we play this a lot, so they're gonna have to learn.
I'll
That's
have
not
you
me
know,
agreeing.
I do play with other people too. And they are also gremlins. Just so we're all aware.
Point all you want, I don't care.
The person teaching me to play Monster Hunter is not dissimilar.
You would never become an imposter. Yeah, at least he knows. Can't believe you left me like that. You just left me.
Oh, that was my entire plan the entire time.
I know what your plan was. That's why I was trying to get you killed.
I see how it is.
Yeah, you see how it is.
Whenever.
I do kind of need to go eat dinner soon, though. Like, I didn't eat lunch.
So it's now like 11:30
Mm-hmm.
at night, and I still haven't eaten dinner. So.
Yep. Gotta send us into space so it resets, though. Who is live? Oh, that one. Sophie's live. Rendy's live. Oh, Wolf is live. It's thundering here again. Relax, Sophie. We're just launching ourselves into space.
Yeah, I suppose I should go and see who's streaming.
Alright, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Remember to copy and paste this raid message once we get that going. I think we're going to send to Wolf. There was 1,200 credits in there.
As you have not met the profit quota, your performance has been deemed below standard.
Join us next time we play. I'll be on later tonight with some Valorant. And yeah. Well, I gotta type the name correctly.
Okay, I'm gonna switch
There we go.
heading screen so I can say goodbye.
Thank you so much, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Make sure you check out the YouTube and the TikTok and all that jazz. Make sure you're following Sophie and Renji. And
Welcome to
bye-bye.
your first day on the job. This is your very own